Chapter 1288. The imperial advisor of the left's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Li Qingshan. "Wretched demon, don't you dare!" The unraging monk said. "You mustn't, you wretched disciple." Li Qingshan completely ignored him. He tossed half of Kuang Tianyo's head to Little, and unfurled his wings of wind, leaping over the mountains. Little and followed closely behind, vanishing into the horizon together. The mountains of the Dragon Province rose and fell. There was basically no flat land. Basically every single mountain had a spiritual vein running through it. The spiritual chi of any random mountain surpassed the Qing Shao dwelling in the Chain Mountains. Then he remembered how the old donkey had destroyed the dwelling, which made him even more furious. On top of Dragon's Head Mountain, Gu Yinying said, "Your Majesty, this world is about to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm. We're all people of the 9 provinces, so if we continue fighting like this, the hungry ghost realm will laugh at us. Why don't we just keep the peace and release this unraging master? That way, you can continue your worship." The Emperor of Great Xia frowned. "How did you know?" Gu Yinying smiled. "It's only a guess. If you're willing to make peace, I can mediate. Normally speaking, that wretched demon is still reasonable." Before the Emperor of Great Xia could reply, the imperial advisor of the left sneered. "Our Lingua Temple isn't a place that just anyone can take down. It won't be too late to talk once the wretched demon runs out of options and returns here." The Emperor of Great Xia said in thought, "You're right, imperial advisor. With the strength that Li Qingshan has demonstrated just now, he'll be a great help to me if I can use him." There was an even deeper reason that could not be put into words. As the Emperor of Great Xia, he possessed supreme authority. How could he easily accept a wretched demon who had appeared out of nowhere to be on equal footing with him? If he's willing to submit, I can confer him the title of 10 Demon King. He'll be able to watch over an entire province. Gu Yinying bowed slightly. "I wish you all the best, Your Majesty." However, he shook his head in his heart. Now that things have come to this, why would Li Qingshan care about being the 10 Demon King? It's already good enough that I don't kick you off this Dragon Head Mountain and become the emperor. The Dragon Province was not particularly large. A while later, Li Qingshan saw a Buddhist holy land shrouded in golden light and shrouded in mist among the mountains. It was the greatest temple in the world, the Lingua Temple. There were thousands of pagodas and halls in the temple. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if it was one with the mountain. It was as if it was made of a whole piece of gold. At this moment, the temple's alarm bell rang. A ray of Buddhist light soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Another 8 spots of golden light rose and hovered above the Lingua Temple. The left imperial preceptor had already sent a message, ordering the 8 monk kings stationed in the temple to rely on the formation. They guarded the Lingua Temple. The 7 treasure monk monarch was one of them. Looking at the demonic aura that was sweeping over like a black cloud, their emotions were rather complicated. In his message, the left advisor told them about the battle at the foot of Dragon Head Mountain. The conclusion was, "The wretched demon is vicious. You must not leave the formation and fight him in the open." Even the mighty left advisor was afraid of leaving Dragon Head Mountain right now to assist the Lingua Temple, afraid that Li Qingshan would intercept him halfway. Boom! Li Qingshan landed at the entrance of the temple and stowed away his wings of wind, gazing at the Golden Mountain. He did not plan on directly attacking the Lingua Temple. That would take far too much time and effort. Just the nameless protective formation completely surpassed the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the past. Who knew how many tricks this holy land of Buddhism was hiding? Even if he was not afraid, it would still be troublesome. "Wretched demon, how bold of you! How dare you protect the enemy of Buddhism and invade our Lingua Temple?" The 7 treasure monk monarch bellowed. All the bells in the temple rang out with tremendous might, drowning out Li Qingshan's aura. Li Qingshan said sternly, "You bald donkeys are the bold ones. How dare you destroy my dwelling?" "Destroy your dwelling?" The 7 treasure monk monarch had almost forgotten about the tiny cave in the Chain Mountains. Only now did he remember it. "Are you talking about that barren mountain in the Chain Mountains?" Probably no one in the world believed that a tiny mountain with thin spiritual chi could be mentioned in the same breath as the Lingua Temple. Desolation my ass. There were clearly trees on that mountain. Li Qingshan flew into a rage. He took a step forward, and the ground shook. His body swelled up, and his skin turned a deep green. His feet turned into hooves, and his 2 ox horns stabbed towards the sky. His surging demon chi became even deeper and more restrained. Moo! An ox's cry seemed to rise up from the depths of the earth. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned into a great demon, over 300 meters tall. He had ox horns, ox hooves, an ox head, and an ox tail. His eyes stared at the Lingua Temple covetously. If it were not for the fact that his body and arms still resembled those of a human, he basically seemed like a huge ox standing there. The ox demon transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine abandoned his other transformation abilities and pushed the ox demon transformation to the limit. After shattering his demon core and reforging his world, his figure was no longer as exaggerated as before, easily reaching several thousand meters in height. Instead, it was even more condensed and refined. The 8 monk monarchs communicated telepathically. Be careful. That demon is coming. I have ordered all the monks to chant in the Hall of Great Strength. Even the demon monarch can forget about breaking through the formation. Let's see how a demon monarch like him is going to break through the Lingua Temple. The so-called formation was originally used to make use of the right time, place, and people to defeat the strong. Moreover, the Lingua Temple was a holy land of Buddhism. It also gathered the wishes of all the arhats in the world. A single cultivator would not be able to do anything to it. Even if one had extraordinary strength, he would not be able to afford it. Littlein said, Qingshan, I will go in and destroy the formation. That is suicide. The abandoned fairy sword spirit shrieked. The hill temple was not the Lingua Temple, and a frontal attack was different from a sneak attack at night. There is no need for that. Just stand on my shoulder and watch. A simple and honest smile appeared on Li Qingshan's ox face. His muscles bulged as he slowly bent over and half knelt on the ground. One of the monk monarchs mocked. Demon, it is not too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Li Qingshan did not make a sound. His back was arched like a mountain, like a volcano that was about to erupt. His arms that seemed to be made of mixed iron swung up high and hammered the ground. Boom! The mountain shook. The monk monarchs looked at each other, not knowing what he was going to do. Boom! The ground cracked. Boom! 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 Li Qingshan struck the ground again and again. The thousands of pagodas and halls of the Lingua Temple trembled and swayed, but under the protection of the protective formation, not a single one of them collapsed. At most, a few tiles fell off. If one looked from above, they would see 2 cracks on the ground moving around the mountain, spreading rapidly until they connected at the back of the mountain, forming a circle. The spirit chi of the Lingua Temple immediately weakened. Oh no! He is going to sever the underground spirit vein. Don't panic. This demon is wasting his energy. Does he think he can sever the spirit vein by creating some cracks? Even without the spirit vein, the formation is enough to maintain it. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Li Qingshan straightened his body. He was not trying to sever the underground spirit vein, but to banish the entire Lingua Temple to the outside world. He pointed at the Lingua Temple. Rise! Rumble! The huge mountain peak actually rose with his words and finger. It slowly rose. Thousands of tons of earth and rocks collapsed. The pagoda forest collapsed and the main hall collapsed. The grand hall was stable, but the monks chanting inside could not react in time. They rolled on the ground. The monk monarchs were shocked and in disbelief. What kind of power was that? Half of Kuang Tianyo's face was filled with shock. The power to uproot a mountain? Even if he was in the hungry ghost realm, and at his peak, he would not be able to uproot such a mountain. Even if he transcended another heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to do such a thing. He immediately felt that his loss was not unjust. He even suspected if Li Qingshan had held back when he fought him. Li Qingshan obviously could not achieve this with his own strength. Even if he transformed into a minotaur, he would not be able to do it. Back then, he had uprooted a small mountain and placed a Buddha head on Great Buddha Mountain. It had already taken him a great deal of effort, yet he still had to do it personally. Right now, it was equivalent to uprooting the entire Great Buddha Mountain with his earth force field. The crux of everything was the life soil of the 9 heavens in his possession. With this earth force field, dealing with the earth and rocks was as easy as a father handling his son. Of course, if it were someone else, even if they were more powerful than Li Qingshan, they would not be able to use the power of the life soil of the 9 heavens like this. The ox demon's power had already touched on the power of the origin. As the mountain was uprooted, a huge pit was left behind. There was a black hole at the bottom of the pit. Immediately, demon chi surged into the sky, obscuring the stars and making the sky dim. A colossal demon cavern that had never been seen before was suppressed beneath the Lingua Temple. Countless demon folk crawled out from the demon cavern. There were even a few demon kings among them. Now that they had regained their freedom, they roared out and demonified, about to cause a great disturbance. A hoof stomped down, and the demon cavern shattered. The roars immediately vanished. The space where the demon cavern resided had always been extraordinarily fragile. Now that it had been crushed by Li Qingshan's stomp, all of the demon folk were ripped to pieces. Even demon kings could not endure something like that. And in this shattered space, it was impossible for them to mend their bodies. Only death awaited them. 100,000 demon folk and several demon kings had been stomped to death. The monk kings were just about to rush out of the Lingua Temple and throw their lives at Li Qingshan. But when they saw this, they gulped and dismissed this thought. Even if humans opened up an ant nest and wanted to stomp all the ants to death, it would not be so easy. They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to be stomped to death like this. Li Qingshan did not even glance at the demon cavern. His ox head was held high, and his sturdy body was filled with a primitive, vigorous aura. He held the Lingua Temple in one hand as he stood between the sky and the earth. He was like a savage fiend god. Suddenly, he strode off and rushed towards Dragon Head Mountain. Boom, 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 boom. He trampled through rivers and leapt over 1,000 mountains, leaving behind a string of deep hoof prints. There were many cultivation sects in the mountains along the way. The cultivators all stared at the figure that held up the mountains as he charged forward in shock. They were unable to return to their senses, even after a very long time. Li Qingshan said to Little An, "We'll have hostages now. Several tens of thousands of bald donkeys for one bald donkey. That bald donkey boss has made a killing." On Dragon Head Mountain, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works flew extremely high into the air as a grandmaster of Moism. He took out an arcane treasure that resembled a telescope and gazed in the direction of the Lingua Temple with one eye. "Do you see it? Has that wretched demon managed to breach the Lingua Temple?" The minister of the left panicked. Just now, his connection with the Lingua Temple had suddenly been severed, as if it had vanished into thin air. The minister of works widened his eyes and furrowed his brows, as if he was rather in disbelief. He blinked repeatedly before opening his mouth. The minister of the left pressed for more details. The minister lowered his head. He was still rather stunned. "He's back with the Lingua Temple." With the Lingua Temple? All the cultivators below were baffled. What did he mean by with the Lingua Temple? Could the Lingua Temple be stuffed into his pocket? The Minister of Works had always been obsessed with the research of puppets and machinery. He was a little crazy, so no one paid him any mind. However, when a sturdy figure crossed over a huge mountain and strode towards them from Dragon Head Mountain, everyone was stunned. Their gazes were focused on the golden mountain that he was holding in his right hand. Chapter 1289. The Dragon's Head Mountain fell deathly silent. Before absolute power like this, all influence and schemes were child's play. They still struggled to understand. He was clearly just a demon king. So how could he possess such power? The living soil of the 9 heavens was extraordinarily precious, yet it did not seem particularly surprising either. Clearly, it was not something these bumpkins could understand. They had not even heard of it before. Even Kuang Tianyu from the Hungry Ghost realm had probably only heard of its name. Even with the countless pairs of eyes in the sky, only an extremely small number of people could recognize the true name of the piece of dirt with a single glance, which left them even more perplexed. They had never heard of the living soil of the 9 heavens having such an effect. When Li Qingshan stood before the Dragon's Head Mountain again, His human form turned into that of an ox demon. "Release them, or I'll slaughter these bald donkeys first before slaughtering you bastards." It was like a kidnapper confronting the police with a hostage situation. The police did not speak, nor did they negotiate. They directly kidnapped the kidnapper's entire family, including the dog they had raised for a decade. If they did not release them, they would kill them one by one. Of course, Li Qingshan was not a police officer, nor was he a hero. Even a benevolent Buddhist like you is bold enough to lower yourself to me. If you want to try something like this, I'll play you to the end. He had already shouldered countless sins, so he did not mind adding a few more souls to the mix. Why you? The minister of the left pointed at Li Qingshan, as he trembled in anger. The fellow cultivators around him all looked at the wooden fish mallet in his hand nervously, afraid that he would slaughter the unraging monk out of anger. If that happened, there would be no way to clean up the situation. Li Qingshan would probably directly smash the Lingua Temple over. Just like the minister of the left, the emperor of Great Xia was originally rather confident in the great formation of dragons. He believed that stopping Li Qingshan would not be a big issue. He just did not want to be disturbed from the sacrificial ceremony. However, as he gazed at the mountain hovering in the air right now, his confidence immediately vanished into thin air. There was no need for Li Qingshan to put himself in danger and crash into the protective formation of the imperial court. All he had to do was uproot the mountains and smash them over. All they could do was resist, and they would definitely lose the altar. There was no need to even think about the grand sacrificial ceremony. Gu Yinying said, "Your Majesty, it looks like Li Qingshan isn't satisfied with just being a 10 Directions demon king." The Grand Xia Emperor frowned. Only then did he realize how ridiculous his words just now were. He said coldly, "I'm afraid the current you isn't satisfied with this." "I've never been satisfied." The left master said, don't be angry. You've really taught a good disciple." The Chan monastery of Devanaga first produced an enemy of the Buddha, and then they produced a wretched demon like this who wants to destroy our Lingua Temple. What a great place. The unraging monk straightened himself up. He sighed and said, "Qingshan, stop it. I'm just a monk who drinks and eats meat. I'm not worth it. From today onwards, I will expel you from the sect. You and I will have nothing to do with each other anymore. I am a Buddhist disciple. We're willing to be punished by the Buddhist precepts. Please let our fellow disciples of the Lingua Temple go." In order to save him, they had to gamble the lives of several tens of thousands of monks. He never wanted to see something like that. Li Qingshan frowned before smiling again. "Since we have nothing to do with each other anymore, why should I listen to you? Whether you want to live or die, that's up to you. But even if you kill yourself right now, I'll send the entire Lingua Temple down with you." The unraging monk was rendered speechless. He let out a long sigh. This wretched disciple's wings had already become as tough as steel, so how could he still be affected by him? Or perhaps he had never been affected by him in the first place. "I'll count to 10. Li Qingshan powered the force field of earth and lifted the Lingua Temple into the air. When he counted to 5, the Lingua Temple had already reached the same height as Dragon Head Mountain, about to enter the atmospheric wind layer. Even the feathered people's city amongst the clouds could not float in the atmospheric wind layer for long, let alone the Lingua Temple, that had not been designed for this. Once the formation fell, just how many monks could withstand the atmospheric wind? There was no need for Li Qingshan to risk his life to destroy the formation. Borrowing the power of the world was enough. When he counted to 3, thousands of atmospheric winds had already slammed into the protective formation of the Lingua Temple, surging with golden light. Before the imperial advisor of the left could say anything, the emperor of Great Xia could no longer hold himself back. "Imperial advisor, I think the enemy of Buddha is very obedient to Li Qingshan. He won't slaughter wantonly anymore. The dead are already dead. They cannot be revived. We need their strength to fend off the hungry ghost realm right now." The officials all tried to persuade him as well. Apart from the Buddhist disciples, no one else had much of a concept of the enemy of Buddha. Even though Little An's actions were heinous, he had not targeted their own sect. Since they did not possess sufficient strength, It was best if they did not go looking for trouble. Cultivation was for longevity, not for upholding justice. Even with the might of the gods and Buddhas, they had yet to destroy the demon domain. There would always be someone who had to consider the bigger picture, and by bigger picture, it had never been world peace or human justice, but the strong. The strong often did not refer to a single individual. When a group of mediocre people gathered together, they could judge a genius as a madman, just because there were so many of them. If they did not want to endure the reputation of being a madman, then they had to restrain themselves and consider the bigger picture. But now, Li Qingshan relied on himself to control the bigger picture. He bellowed out, "One! Stop!" The imperial advisor of the left waved his hand and removed the restraints on the unraging monk. He sucked in a deep breath. "Unraging, you can go. You're no longer a Buddhist disciple." The unraging monk stood up. He showed no joy or anger on his face. He bowed. "You can beat me or kill me, imperial advisor, but you can't strip me of my identity as a Buddhist disciple. All living beings are disciples of Buddhism, as long as they have Buddha in their hearts. Even if they're the enemy of Buddha, all living beings were equal, and they could all become Buddhas. This was the principle of the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. However, just like all the major principles of the world, if anyone really followed these principles, they would definitely end up badly battered and bleeding. They might even be rejected by their own kind. The imperial advisor of the left bellowed, "You piss off." As soon as the unraging monk left the Dragon's Head mountain, an ugly monk flew over from afar and called out, "Master!" The unraging monk was surprised. Duoch. He was the little demon folk Li Qingshan had met in the demon suppression hall, as well as his second junior brother. Duoch had rushed to the vicinity of the Lingua Temple after learning the unraging monk had been captured. But he had no idea how to save him. He did not even know the unraging monk had been brought to the imperial court by the imperial advisor of the left. Only when Li Qingshan came to uproot the Lingua Temple did he follow, only to see the unraging monk being released immediately. He could not help but praise, "First senior brother, you really are a great evil after all." The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. Only then did Duoch realize he had misspoken. He smiled dryly. However, it was not because his demon-folk instincts had relapsed. Instead, Li Qingshan's method of saving him was simply too vicious. The unraging monk saw Duoch and could not help but smile. Even if he had gone to all the trouble and only managed to redeem a measly demon-folk, it would still be worth it. However, just how many people in the world believed the lofty, righteous monk king to be equal to a lowly demon-folk with twisted wills? The imperial advisor of the left saw how the atmospheric winds were about to rip through the formation. He called out, "Li Qingshan, release the Lingua Temple." Li Qingshan smiled. "All right, I'll do as you say, imperial advisor." As a result, he pulled back the force field of earth. Seeing Li Qingshan's smile, the imperial advisor of the left's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that the Lingua Temple was falling straight down. The imperial advisor of the left paled in fright. "Wretched demon, stop." "I've already stopped." Li Qingshan yawned and waved his hand. A mountain weighed more than 100 million tons. Apart from Li Qingshan, who wielded the life soil of the 9 heavens, there was no one in the world who could lift it up, nor could anyone stop its fall. Boom! With an earth-shattering rumble, the mountain plunged into the embrace of the earth viciously. A cloud of dust swept into the surroundings. Even if it was smashed to pieces, it would only return to its original appearance. The thousands of pagodas, halls, and statues on the mountain were no different. What holy land of Buddhism, bodhisattvas or arhats? All of them were dust to dust, dust to dust. The Lingua Temple was destroyed. Spurt. The imperial advisor of the left coughed up a mouthful of blood. He glared at Li Qingshan, as if his eyes were about to spit fire. "You've gone back on your word. I remember what I promised you was just the lives of the monks in the temple. Look, aren't they still alive and well?" Li Qingshan pointed at the sky. The time it took for the Lingua Temple to fall was enough for the monk kings to save the monks. Other than a few chi practitioners, the others didn't even need help as they could hover in the air with their own strength. "You destroyed my cave abode and I destroyed your temple. Let's get back at each other. However, You ambushed little Ann with such despicable means. We'll settle this later. I don't want much. Just one punch from me will do. The imperial advisor of the left said. Monster, you will die a horrible death. I only regret that I didn't kill the foe of Buddha that day. I've caused the world to suffer. Li Qingshan shouted angrily. Foe of Buddha! Foe of Buddha! When she was fighting the hungry ghost realm, where were you, you bald donkey? You will find a way to pay for my sins. There's no need for a bald donkey like you to stand on the moral high ground and talk nonsense. I don't have time for you today. Prepare to die. Yinying, come with me. Li Qingshan left his back to the people on the Dragon Head Mountain and strode towards the south. That was the direction of the Tong Tian Ghost Tower. What are you doing? Saving the world. Chapter 1290. While Li Qingshan was the imperial advisor of the left of the three Qi, Little Ann searched through the ruins of the Lingua Temple and fished out the sariras left behind by past eminent monks. It truly was the greatest holy land of Buddhism in the world. The quantity and quality of the sariras completely surpassed the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and Mount Hill Temple, which made her stash even more plentiful. Even after undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation, it was still enough to supply her with cultivation for a very long time. She found a few more great Buddhas riddled with cracks. They all gathered dense power of belief and Buddhist light. Even when they fell from such a great height, they were not damaged at all. Little Ann drifted over and dealt a few more blows, completely wiping out the Buddhist nature within. The Buddhas immediately collapsed. There was a flash of golden light, and the Buddha-slaying sword revealed its sharpness before gradually receding again. Its power had increased by another level. Only then did she return to Li Qingshan's shoulder in satisfaction. The imperial advisor of the left was utterly furious. He had not activated the great Buddhas in the Lingua Temple because he wanted to preserve the seed of hope for the Lingua Temple, but he never thought they would still not be spared in the end. Just the act of destroying the Buddhas before all the monks was already a heinous crime, not to mention the fact that he had destroyed the precious Buddhas in the Lingua Temple. Not to mention the fact that it was a precious Buddha statue that had gathered the power of wishes for 10,000 years. This was unforgivable. The monk kings were basically about to lunge over regardless of the consequences. Even the unraging monk could not help but try to stop them. However, the tall ox demon that stood like a mountain and faced off against the imperial court made everyone dismiss this thought. Faced with such unimaginably great power, any resistance or struggle would be overestimating themselves and asking to be humiliated. Utterly furious, the imperial advisor of the left instead calmed down. He stared at Li Qingshan's back coldly and said to the emperor of Great Xia, Your Majesty, please begin the ritual as soon as possible. Ritual as soon as possible? Ritual as soon as possible? Li Qingshan asked Gu Yinying. What's a ritual as soon as possible? That's the greatest secret of the imperial court of Great Xia. I've only heard some rumors. I think it's related to the human realm and the founding emperor. Interesting. No wonder these guys were so calm when we attacked the ghost tower. Do they want to use the power of the human realm to fend off the hungry ghost realm? Li Qingshan slowed down his footsteps, the divine power of the earth surging endlessly into his body, expelling his fatigue. Just now, he threw the Lingua Temple down from the sky, not only to take revenge for the destruction of Qing Zhao's cave abode, but also because he couldn't hold on any longer. Although the Nine Heavens living soil was a divine artifact, it was a divine artifact. But it was only a lever. The thing that could greatly increase the power of the ox demon divine art was still his own strength. Gu Yinying asked, Aren't you going to stop them? Li Qingshan shook his head. Our top priority is still the hungry ghost realm. Those guys in the sky are the real enemies of Little Ann and me. Gu Yinying couldn't help but look at Little Ann. Little Ann looked at her expressionlessly. Gu Yinying nodded slightly. Little Ann turned around. He focused on repairing the white bone scars. That's right, the human realm and the hungry ghost realm are different in nature. They don't have the instinct to devour worlds. Even if he had designs on the 9 states, it would only be a small scheme of some sect. It wouldn't be as threatening as those guys in the sky. Luo Ho Xiaoming was a god of the Azura realm. His understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation was unparalleled in the 9 states. What are you doing here instead of finding a place to cultivate? To help you save the world, Luo Ho Xiaoming said calmly, his eyes flashing. I can somewhat understand how you feel now. Once I defeat the hungry ghost realm, I'll help you find a few Azura fields and settle the scores in the 9 states. Then let's ascend together. Li Qingshan smiled. After causing a ruckus in the dragon state, he felt that the ape demon transformation was beginning to stir again. It was about to break through to the 4th tier. The ape demon transformation was just too compatible with his temperament. Cultivating it was like playing, and he was in a good mood. At that moment, a cold wind blew, carrying the scent of death. Leaden clouds covered the sky, obscuring the eyes peeking from the sky. Before they knew it, there was no longer any signs of life on the ground. Li Qingshan frowned. This was only the border between the Green Province and the Dragon Province. As he advanced through the barren land, the scent of death grew heavier and heavier. He felt like he had left the 9 states and entered the hungry ghost realm. When the sky-reaching ghost tower appeared on the horizon, Luo Ho Xiaoming frowned. Stop! What's wrong? There was a flash of black light at the top of the sky-reaching ghost tower. A streak of black light pierced through thousands of kilometers, brushing past Li Qingshan's right shoulder. That was where Little Anne stood. From beginning to end, it was completely silent. Little Anne! Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He was actually unable to react at all. His shoulder rapidly withered and cracked, spreading to most of his body in the blink of an eye, extinguishing all of his life force. Turning around, he saw Gu Yinying unfurl her Kunpeng wings and pick up Little Anne. At that critical moment, she used the Kunpeng's speed to save Little Anne. Li Qingshan calmed down and immediately fell backwards. With a boom, the Kunpeng broke into pieces. Blazing flames rose as the phoenix underwent nirvana. However, Li Qingshan still felt extremely weak. He did not feel the usual comfort of reviving on the spot at all. He punched the ground, and a mountain rose from the ground, blocking them. Only then did he feel a sense of lingering fear. If that strike had struck Little Anne, he would definitely have died. Just by brushing past his body, it had forced him to be reborn. Furthermore, he had not received any warning from the spirit turtle. Unless the heavenly secret senses had been messed up. Even if the target was not him, it would not have been so slow. Only now did he truly realize just how terrifying of an existence he was facing. The hungry ghost realm of the 6 realms of Sasra. Little Anne broke free from Gu Yinying's embrace. Li Qingshan smiled. Thank goodness you're here. Gu Yinying smiled. I probably wouldn't have been able to react in time, even if it was 1,500 kilometers away. Furthermore, they were still far from the sky-reaching ghost tower. There was a thin crack in space that did not close up even after a very long time, proving the power of the strike. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, It's the death ray from the fang of the hungry ghost. They've been charging up for us the entire time. These ghouls sure are cunning. A part of this world of yours has already been devoured and assimilated by the hungry ghost realm. Breaking this fang won't be easy. Just now, if that strike had brushed past him in the slightest, he would be dead for sure. He would only be able to revive in the Azura realm and face his cruel mother. However, despite the danger, his expression remained the same. He did not panic at all. Kuang Tianyu said, You're dreaming if you want to destroy the fang of the hungry ghost. Just watch as this world is devoured. However, to his dismay, no one paid any attention to his threat. Luo Ho Xiaoming asked, How's little Fatty? He's still adapting to the laws of this world, but he's much more active here. Let's exchange hostages first. Li Qingshan obviously would not attack the sky-reaching ghost tower recklessly. He still had an important trump card that he had yet to reveal, which was the space-devouring divine beast, Deep Blue Little Fatty. Unlike the space-devouring divine beasts, the world of the 9 provinces already possessed complete laws of the world, which restrained all outsiders. As a result, Deep Blue Little Fatty vanished soon after entering the 9 provinces. Now, she was hiding in the space beside Li Qingshan, ready to feast at any time. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1291. Li Qingshan raised the head high into the air. Give me back the person I want, and I'll toss this guy back to the hungry ghost realm. Although the sky was obscured by the dark clouds, and although they were separated by two worlds, he believed the people of the hungry ghost realm could see and hear him. The wind sighed. After a moment of silence, a voice rang out from the ghost tower. Release him first, and I'll return the woman to you. Little An could tell it was the voice of Emperor Li. He could not help but become rather worried. If he could allow a corpse emperor to rampage through the 9 states, then the ghost tower might be guarded by him. He had the advantage of time and place, so it was impossible for him to defeat him. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Do you think I'm stupid? I trust you bunch of dead ghosts. If you don't release her, I'll kill her, and we'll part ways. Emperor Li said. Then we'll exchange hostages at the same time, or we'll part ways. The hungry ghost realm can still afford to lose a corpse emperor, but unfortunately, there's only one mother. She'll probably have to suffer a little. Li Qingshan said. I refuse. If you don't release her first, don't even think about me releasing this guy. If you break your promise, wouldn't I be an idiot? You can keep that head of yours. Kuang Tianyu cursed Emperor Li inside, but he said nothing on the surface. In the end, he just closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. They fell into a stalemate for a moment. Li Qingshan frowned. He was not familiar with the Dark Queen, but just the fact that she had saved Little, and made him want to save her regardless of the price, even if she was a stranger. However, the so-called exchange of hostages at the same time was a colossal trap. After the surprise attack just now, he had already deeply recognized the difference between them. It was impossible for them to compete on equal footing. Not only would the slightest mistake fail to save the Dark Queen, but they might even lose their lives. However, if this stalemate continued, they would only be able to watch the hungry ghost realm devour this world bit by bit, which was extremely disadvantageous to them. Gu Yinying said, Why don't I try? Little Anne's expression changed slightly. Why? Just now, saving her was just a matter of convenience. If he personally went to exchange the hostage, he would be taking a huge risk. Gu Yinying smiled and said, We're in the same boat. Little Anne said in a low voice, Thank you. Let Qingshan make the decision. Li Qingshan looked at Little Anne and then at Gu Yinying, feeling a headache coming on. At this moment, Luo Ho and Little Ming had already figured out the cause and effect. Don't worry, this guy is a zombie. The hungry ghost realm will definitely save him. Kuang Tianyu opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Luo Ho Xiaoming. He was astonished. Where did this kid come from? The zombie clan was extremely rare. Someone outside the hungry ghost realm actually knows about it. Li Qingshan asked curiously, What's so great about zombies? I've even made a hole in a zombie. Luo Ho Xiaoming said disdainfully, It's just the same name. You're just someone who hasn't seen the world. There are still demon kings above the 9th heaven. How could the demon kings of your world compare to them? The real zombies all have the bloodline of the great goddess Nuba. They're also very rare in the hungry ghost realm. They're a powerful force. Otherwise, such a good thing as killing the descendants of White Bones would not have fallen to him. Li Qingshan was amused and said to Kuang Tianyu, I couldn't tell, but you're actually quite important. Kuang Tianyu's expression changed slightly and asked Luo Ho Xiaoming, Who are you? Luo Ho Xiaoming said, You don't deserve to know. Qingshan, count 10 more. If the other side doesn't release him after the count, kill him. All right, Li Qingshan said loudly. I'll count 10 more. If you still don't release him, I'll first crush this half of his head, and then break your ghost tower. 10. Emperor Li didn't respond at all. Li Qingshan had always been decisive. No matter how much he struggled, once he made up his mind, he would put aside all his worries and continue counting, not caring if the other side responded. 9. 8. 7. Kuang Tianyu's eyes widened as he looked at Li Qingshan's expression, hoping to find that he was just bluffing, that he wouldn't dare to kill him even if he counted 10,000 times. But he was disappointed. He's serious. He really wants to kill me. Damn Emperor Li. Master will never give up on me. When Li Qingshan counted to 4, Kuang Tianyu sneered. Do you think the hungry ghost realm is full of good people who would be threatened like this? If you kill me, You'll only let that woman suffer. 3. Li Qingshan's eyes were firm and unmoved. If he had to bear it, then he would bear it. If he had to give it up, then he would give it up. No matter how painful or regretful the process was, this was the path he had chosen. Little An drew her sword and pointed it at half of Kuang Tianyu's face. She wouldn't hold back this time. When she said that she would leave it to Li Qingshan to decide, she wasn't just saying it. She trusted him unreservedly and supported his decision. 1. Li Qingshan lowered his head and gave Little An an apologetic look. Little An nodded slightly and thrust her sword down. Stop. Emperor Li's voice suddenly sounded at the moment when the blade was about to pierce through Kuang Tianyu's head. Full of resentment. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and gave Luo Ho Xiaoming a thumbs up. Well, you win, Emperor Li said coldly. He didn't care about Kuang Tianyu's life or death at all. On the contrary, he would rather this guy who stole the credit die a horrible death. However, this wasn't something he could decide. From the moment Li Qingshan began to count, an order came. There were only 2 simple words. Replace him. But the owner of this order was absolutely not someone he dared to disobey. It went without saying who was more important, a zombie corpse emperor or a regular ghost king. As for Li Qingshan, he clearly could have slaughtered the Lingua Temple and exacted his revenge even more thoroughly. But he never killed a single person in the end. This was also an important reason. He had already proven his trustworthiness. The Dark Queen drifted out from the deep, vast mouth of the hungry ghost. Her face was particularly pale, but she was not injured at all. She had just completely turned into a ghost king. This was not the emperor's doing. Instead, the hungry ghost realm could not tolerate the living. However, she was a disciple of the Umbral Een sect in the first place, so the transformation did not affect her at all. Li Qingshan then said, "You better not try anything, or don't blame me for not keeping my word." Emperor Li was just thinking about whether he should do something to the Dark Queen or not. He could do it after exchanging hostages, but after hearing what Li Qingshan had said, he finally gave up on it. Killing a ghost king was completely meaningless. Kuang Tianyu could not die because of him, or the zombies would never spare him. Mother. Xianyue. The mother and daughter were happy to see each other. Xiaoan also smiled, which was rare for him. After Li Qingshan's return, she seemed to sense something again. Your Highness, please don't move. Relax your mind. Let me examine you. Li Qingshan's eyes were as tranquil as the sea. He extended his hand towards the Dark Queen. The Dark Queen frowned, but she did not turn him down. She allowed Li Qingshan to place his hand on the top of her head and inspect her body closely. The spirit turtle did not sense anything wrong. Only then did she stop. Kuang Tianyu said, "Release me." Li Qingshan sneered viciously. Murderousness surged. "You better go die." A pair of eyes suddenly lit up in the sky, piercing through the clouds. Kuang Tianyu's face changed drastically. "How dare you?" The incoming murderousness suddenly vanished. Kuang Tianyu was taken aback, only to hear Li Qingshan laugh. "I was just joking. Look at how scared you've become. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. That's because I know people like you always like to court death. You'll definitely come knocking on my door to die in the future, so I'll spare you for a few days." With a farewell, he tossed half of Kuang Tianyu's head towards the ghost tower, like he was throwing a shot put. Kuang Tianyu began to recover in the air. His head became a hole, and his body slowly grew out too. The closer he got to the ghost tower, the less he was bound by the laws of the 9 provinces. Originally, he was tempted to stay below the ghost tower and fight against Li Qingshan again, but his feelings were rather mixed right now. If what he said really came true, then wouldn't that be the greatest joke in the world? Whatever, I'd better return to the hungry ghost realm first and completely recover from my wounds. That sword sure is vicious. He might as well just throw himself into the mouth of the hungry ghost. There was a thought that he refused to admit. Not only had he been directly defeated, but his resolve for revenge had been crushed too. And his opponent was clearly weaker than him. Yet he seemed extremely powerful. Just what kind of man was this? I've already given him to you. Are you ready to destroy the ghost tower? Come, I can't wait to refine you into a corpse puppet. Emperor Li provoked while activating the tooth of the hungry ghost, silently accumulating power, ready to fire the death ray at any time. Even if there was a mountain in the way, this distance was enough to kill the heir of the white bone, or that Li Qingshan. It was just a pity that the woman was there. Well, I'm coming. Li Qingshan suddenly asked a question. Are you in the tower? I'm here, do you dare to come? A dark shadow shuttled up and down the ghost tower, sometimes condensing into a human form, and sometimes merging into the ghost tower. It was Emperor Li himself. The ghost tower was almost a part of the hungry ghost realm, but before the hungry ghost realm completely devoured the world, it was impossible to completely eliminate the influence of the laws of the world. So he could not leave the ghost tower, and his strength was greatly affected. But he was still a ghost emperor, who had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. And now he controlled the power of the tooth of the hungry ghost, which was much greater than his own strength. Hearing Li Qingshan's question, he felt a little uneasy, but he quickly put it to the back of his mind. Unless Li Qingshan went through 2 heavenly tribulations at once, he would be courting death if he came. Li Qingshan smiled and said, as long as I'm here. But he did not intend to go over, and only waved his hand and said, devour, little fatty. Crack. On the indestructible ghost tower, a huge semicircular gap appeared out of nowhere. Emperor Li happened to merge into the ghost tower, and a small part of his body disappeared. He was shocked and angry, and even more confused. What did you do? A strange dark blue tadpole-shaped creature appeared in the void, but its body was more than 10,000 times larger than a tadpole, and it almost bit the ghost tower in half with one bite. It was the great hero, who helped Li Qingshan cross the void, Deep Blue Little Fatty. Originally, it was suppressed by the laws of the world, and could only hide in the void, unable to do anything. But the location of the ghost tower was where the 2 worlds intersected, and the laws of the world were chaotic, so it was immediately released, and it could eat. Emperor Li was not the only one who could not understand. Even the eyes in the sky were stunned, and frantically communicated. What is that thing? It looks like a void-swallowing beast. Why would a void-swallowing beast attack a world that is not destroyed? He tamed a void-swallowing beast? That's impossible. Void-swallowing beasts have no so-called feelings, and they will never be threatened. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Emperor Li did not even have time to identify what it was before he activated the Fong of the hungry ghost, and attacked Deep Blue Little Fatty with all his might. Beams of death light bombarded its body, but the void-swallowing beast was an extraordinary creature, and it was not so easy to kill. Ripples appeared on its body, but it was not damaged at all, as if even the death light had been devoured. Then it opened its mouth and took another bite of the ghost tower. Crack! The ghost tower broke in half, and Emperor Li let out a terrible scream, and was also seriously injured. The dark clouds in the sky shrank, and all the eyes in the sky disappeared, unable to peep into this world from the hungry ghost realm. The hungry ghost realm was the only world in the 6 paths of reincarnation that had the instinct to devour other worlds. And the ghost tower was its fong that pierced into its prey. But this time, the big glutton had met the small glutton, and its teeth had been bitten off. This was not to say that Deep Blue Little Fatty's ability to devour was stronger than that of the hungry ghost realm. If Deep Blue Little Fatty had entered the hungry ghost realm, it would probably have been devoured very quickly. But this was the 9 states, not the hungry ghost realm, and the ghost tower was a creation of the ghouls. Crack! 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 The top half of the ghost tower fell, disappearing piece by piece in the air, devoured by Deep Blue Little Fatty. Then the bottom half of the tower was also devoured piece by piece, leaving only the base. Little and also opened his eyes wide. That simple. Deep Blue Little Fatty swam around the mouth of the hungry ghost, but refused to go closer, as if instinctively feeling threatened. Here's my chance. Li Qingshan leaped out from behind the mountain, spreading his wings of wind, and rushed towards the mouth of the hungry ghost. A shadow was still swimming in the mouth of the hungry ghost, but it was becoming more and more inhuman, like a puddle of asphalt. Suddenly, a hand formed and pointed at Li Qingshan. An array of death light pierced through the void, but it began to dim and disperse in the air. Even if Emperor Li was seriously injured, he was not afraid of Li Qingshan. But the ghost tower was destroyed, and the laws of heaven and earth in this world immediately gained the upper hand, fiercely suppressing him in the mouth of the hungry ghost. And his spells were also greatly affected. Li Qingshan still felt greatly threatened and shouted, "Last radiance of the setting sun." As soon as the light blue screen appeared, it immediately shattered, but the ray of death was reflected back, and the hand was destroyed. Emperor Li roared, "Li Qingshan!" What responded to him was an iron fist. Boom! The void shattered, and the ghost tower was completely disintegrated, the cracks cutting the shadow into pieces. Even though Emperor Li was very unwilling, he could only retreat to the hungry ghost realm. All the shadows gathered and formed, not daring to stay in the 9 states any longer. Little and followed closely, using the samadhi flames of white bone to ignite the broken base of the ghost tower, turning it into rolling flames, shining in the void that was broken like a mirror. They converged into a fire, shooting straight into the sky. The laws of death shrank, and deep blue little fatty appeared and disappeared. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, saving the world, it's that simple." Chapter 1292. Li Qingshan thought that he was lucky. If not for the deep blue fatty, all the cultivators of the world would not have been able to destroy this towering ghost tower, even if they joined forces. Emperor Li alone, even if he could not come out of the tower, was not someone that any demon king or great cultivator could defeat. Sensing deep blue fatty's condition, he could not help but feel a little regretful. Although the world was formed by the deep blue fatty, the two were still different. Deep blue fatty could eat as much as she wanted in the great swallowing beast's body. But in the 9 states, she was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, and could not do as she pleased like in the void. Otherwise, she would be a great help even if she went to the demonic domain to fight against demon god Qiongqi. External forces could not be relied on. Even the living soil of the 9 heavens was the same. Everything depended on one's own strength. So powerful. Little and offered her most sincere admiration without reservation. "It's a piece of cake." Li Qingshan laughed and kissed her face. Gu Yinying and Luo Ho Xiaoming looked at each other, but there was not much joy on their faces. "Kid, this world is finished. Fortunately, it is no longer anchored. Let's get ready to ascend." Luo Ho Xiaoming let out a sigh, singing a completely different tune. Li Qingshan was surprised. "We worked so hard and finally broke this ghost tower. Why are you saying it's finished?" Gu Yinying smiled. "What do you mean by countless hardships? Who said saving the world was that easy?" She pointed to the gate of hungry ghosts below. "Qingshan, don't be too happy. Look carefully." Li Qingshan looked in the direction of her finger, and saw that the gate of hungry ghosts had not shrunk at all. Instead, it was getting bigger. It was like a huge hole in a painting. It was bottomless and dark, and everything was falling into this hole. And the aura of death was still gushing out from the mouths of the hungry ghosts, eroding the entire painting. Li Qingshan's heart sank. The gate of hungry ghosts was the Xianin sect's last resort to drag the entire world down with them. Once open, it was difficult to close. Even if the sky-reaching ghost tower was destroyed, such a huge gate of hungry ghosts could not be easily sealed. The 9 states were still slowly being devoured by the hungry ghost realm. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "The hungry ghost realm has the instinct to devour." He seemed to be very interested in this white bone successor. Perhaps it was the white bone bodhisattva from back then. "You left too deep an impression on it." Li Qingshan frowned. If he left the mouths of the hungry ghosts alone, the ghouls could return at any time. Building another sky-reaching ghost tower would not be difficult. Was saving the world just an empty promise? He was somewhat unwilling. There must be a way. Then he summoned Deep Blue Fatty. He opened his mouth and swallowed. For a moment the weather changed. The sky was filled with dark haze and roiling death energy that surged into Indigo Little Fatty's mouth. It immediately inflated like a balloon. To the void-devouring beast, this was clearly not very nutritious food, but it was not picky at all. As long as Li Qingshan dared to order it, it dared to eat. This caused the small world to change again. Many buried corpses climbed out of their graves, under the influence of the death energy. Souls filled with obsession and resentment turned into ghosts in the cold wind. An undead calamity began. Countless people would die in battle and turn into ghosts, but countless people would become famous and heroes. This caused the already unstable small world to become even more turbulent. A forbidden land called Skeleton Island was formed. Many years later, the world's #1 demonic sect was built, the Undying Sect. It brought about many more killings and battles. Li Qingshan felt a little emotional. Although he did not view mortals as ants, when the difference in strength reached a certain level, every word and action could cause a great impact. In order to save the lives of the 9 provinces, he let Deep Blue Fatty devour the death energy. It was an act of kindness, but who knew how many innocent lives had died? Even if he did not mention this back then, he let Deep Blue Fatty devour the world remains in the void. It turned into a meteor shower in the small world, causing countless earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. How could there not be lives that died? This was not out of malice, but a good thing that was beneficial to many lives. Back then, he did not even feel the slightest bit sorry, because it was too far away, too insignificant. He did not even know if he could save his own life, so how could he care about the lives of others? These emotions were just emotions. Li Qingshan had never regretted anything he did, and he could not be bothered to think about such complicated things. Sealing the gate of hungry ghosts was the most important thing right now. Although he did not have a way, there was someone who definitely had a way. Little Ming, you have to recover your cultivation as soon as possible. Yining, help Little Ming collect azure fields. Little and go. Alright, stay by my side. We'll go ask the Banyan Tree King for a plan. Whether we succeed or not, we won't be staying in this world for too long. Gu Yining said nothing more. She grabbed Luo Ho Xiaoming and left. Li Qingshan conjured another mirror clone and guarded the gate of hungry ghosts, commanding Deep Blue Fatty to prevent the hungry ghost realm from playing any more tricks. Afterwards, he flew back to the Mist Province with Little Anne. Qingshan, welcome back. As soon as Li Qingshan entered the Mist Province, the Banyan Tree King's voice echoed through the surroundings. The sea of trees rippled, and all the living beings in the sea of trees raised their heads. Yi Liubo walked out of the Shadow Palace and said to the infant in her arms proudly, "Listen, that's your father's name. Look at how impressive he is." The infant was still very young, but his pitch-black eyes shone brightly. He said clearly with his tender voice, "Daddy Qingshan." In the Mist Capital, the king of Southern Yu had received news of Li Qingshan's return a long time ago. He even knew everything about him defeating the Corpse Emperor and destroying the Lingua Temple. At this realm of cultivation, information actually spread very quickly. When he heard the Banyan Tree King's welcome, he immediately took off into the air and hurried off to Towering City. The Green Province, the Cloud Province, the Harmony Province. His voice echoed through all the places where the Banyan Tree King had become a god, basically ringing through the entire 9 provinces. Everyone muttered this name inside. It would become a new legend. Li Qingshan passed through the dense canopy and landed in Towering City. The Banyan Tree King turned into a human and smiled. "Although I've never underestimated you, your performance has always exceeded my expectations." Li Qingshan smiled. "You've already said that many times." The king of Southern Yu studied him. "Just how did you? How? The key is the heart." "Fine then." The king of Southern Yu accepted this explanation helplessly, even though he had no idea what he wanted to ask about. How did he return from space? How did he defeat the Corpse Emperor? Or how did he topple the Ghost Tower? Perhaps legends had always been slightly inconceivable and incomprehensible. Li Qingshan said, "If it weren't for the urgent matter, I'd definitely drink with the 2 of you. May I ask, Tree King, how do you seal the mouth of a hungry ghost?" The Banyan Tree King said, "That's the wound of the entire world. No cultivator can do anything about it. All they can do is borrow the power of the world." Li Qingshan said, "I understand." "You understand? I've already become a god of the world once. The will of the world was powerful, but it was blurry. Everything operated on instinct, so it was unable to use its full power. If they had a smart and powerful butler, then it would be completely different. At the very least, They would not allow a corpse emperor to sneak in. They could directly use heavenly lightning to attack, or even kill it. The Banyan Tree King was astounded. "You've become a god?" Li Qingshan said. "I'll pass on all my experience and knowledge to you right now." "Haha. I never thought there would be a time when I'd be teaching you." The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. "It was only a matter of time before your knowledge surpassed mine. I'll go get the remaining cauldrons." Little and suddenly said. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he still wanted to lend him a hand. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Don't ever see me again." Li Qingshan said, "I won't. I'll definitely wait for your return. The Frost Province cauldron is already gone. I'll go get the Dragon Province cauldron. I'll leave the rest to you." The Banyan Tree King had already become the god of the 5 provinces. All that remained were the 2 cauldrons. The King of Southern Yu said, "I'll be a lobbyist as well. It'll be for the best if we don't use force. This is for the sake of the entire 9 provinces. I'm sure the 2 fellows can consider the bigger picture." Li Qingshan smiled. "I don't think there's any need for me to pay them a visit in person." They split up again. Li Qingshan entered the heart of the tree, through the opening in the tree trunk. The experience regarding the world god was far too profound and vast. If he had to pass it on through words, who knew how much time and effort it would take? Hollow, jade-green aerial roots extended out, directly connecting to Li Qingshan's head. The Banyan Tree King already knew how to imbue wisdom, but he was just doing the exact opposite now. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and the relevant information appeared in his sea of consciousness. He followed the aerial roots and surged towards the Banyan Tree King. The information was so vast and complicated. It contained the profound changes of the laws of the world, as well as the indifference and loftiness of the world god. If it were any other demon king, they would probably lose their minds and experience a drastic change in personality, even falling into madness. Fortunately, the Banyan Tree King was half a world god, so he could adapt to this influence. Countless branches were spread all over the world, possessing extremely powerful digesting and deduction abilities. Every banyan tree, regardless of their size, was receiving and verifying the information. Millions of banyan trees formed a complex system that was like a neural network, working together. Rings of green light swept past the sea of trees, and all the banyan leaves trembled slightly. The Banyan Tree King was shocked and delighted. This knowledge was too important to him. Originally, when he heard Li Qingshan say that the Frost Prefecture cauldron was gone, he was somewhat worried. Now he had no more worries. Even without the Frost Prefecture cauldron, he was confident that he could become the god of the Frost Prefecture in a short time. In order to seize the time and let the Banyan Tree King become a god as soon as possible, Li Qingshan only transmitted the purest knowledge. The Banyan Tree King couldn't imagine what kind of adventure he had experienced in the void to obtain such a huge harvest. At this time, he didn't have any spare energy to imagine. He focused all his energy to digest this incomparably precious treasure of knowledge. Even with that being the case, it still took him 3 days and 3 nights before he finished transmitting the information. When Li Qingshan opened his eyes again, Little Anne and the King of Southern Yu had already returned with the 2 cauldrons. "Do I need to break them?" "That's exactly what I wanted." Chapter 1293. In that moment, the multicolored light shattered and passed through Li Qingshan's body. Ivy in a trance, the mountains, rivers, and the 4 seasons all fused into the tree. Every leaf glowed. Li Qingshan gained a new understanding of the laws of the world of the 9 states. Knowledge and experience could not replace power, but they were important cornerstones of power. In that case, only the Dragon Province cauldron is left. At the peak of the Dragon Province, above the Temple of Heaven, a green vine rose into the depths of the sky. The wind was like an axe, but it could not cut off a single leaf. The sky-climbing vine seemed to grow in a different world. After reaching a height of tens of thousands of meters, it climbed into the air. Qian Rongji stood at the center of the Temple of Heaven. She felt pure spiritual energy surge into her body like never before. Coupled with the benefits she had obtained from the Great Xia dynasty, she was about to break through the 3rd heavenly tribulation. All the officials of the Great Xia dynasty looked up. A pair of cloud-patterned golden boots stepped out of the air and landed on a leaf. Everyone was shocked. Only the great Xia Emperor, the left and right imperial advisors, and a few others seemed to have understood. The others were also confused and did not know what was going on. The sky-climbing vine was like a stairway to heaven. The leaves were the steps. A man walked down from the air. His face was blurred behind the crown, but his clothes were almost the same as the great Xia Emperor's. He was even more graceful. On the temple of heaven, the real great Xia Emperor bowed deeply and lowered his head. "Welcome, ancestral emperor." All the officials said, "Welcome, ancestral emperor." Only the nation protector eagle god looked up, the wind and clouds in its eyes fluctuating. No one knew what it was thinking. The Skyfrost Wolf King in the distant Shuang province murmured, "Master." The man appeared completely out of the air and waved his hand. "Rise, my subjects." His voice was drowned out by the wind and thunder, like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up waves. The wind raged and surged, forming mini tornadoes. Bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a sea of lightning. The mountains shook. Dragon Head Mountain trembled violently. The ground was shaking and cracking. Lava spewed out of the cracks. Pillars of fire shot into the sky. The world was like an enraged beast. The wind was its roar, the lightning was its claws, and the fire was its teeth. He threw himself at the man. What happened? Li Qingshan stood on the great banyan tree and looked into the distance. The activity in the Dragon Province could be clearly sensed even from 50,000 kilometers away. He muttered, "Mystic light illuminates all." Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell overlapped. He zoomed in on the Dragon Head Mountain. Li Qingshan's expression changed. Even he couldn't resist the might of the heavens and earth. At most, it could hold on for a while. The power possessed by an individual, and the world was on a completely different level. The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty raised the Dragon Province cauldron high, and it emitted a dazzling ray of light. The wind and thunder calmed down slightly, but they were still as fierce as ever. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning bombarded the man's body. The man seemed to be under heavy shackles. He walked very slowly, but he was very determined. Even if the crown on his head was shattered by the wind and lightning, his long hair scattered, and his dragon robe burned to ashes, revealing his chest, he still walked down step by step. The Banyan Tree King was shocked. "It's him." "Who?" Li Qingshan already understood. "The first emperor of the Great Xia dynasty." Chuolong, the Banyan Tree King's voice was filled with uneasiness. Li Qingshan nodded. This was a legend that he had been hearing ever since he left the mountain. Compared to the 5 Absolutes Immortals' distant past, the first ancestor emperor's glorious achievements were within reach. He couldn't help but let the mystic light illuminates all zoom in. Chuolong seemed to have sensed something and looked back. Separated by 50,000 kilometers, the two legends looked at each other. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and stared at him. Chuolong's lips curled up, and his pitch-black eyes seemed to see through everything. His face was covered by the wind and lightning, and he still looked like a teenager. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, and he asked the Banyan Tree King, "What is this guy doing back here? Is he looking for a beating?" This great ancestor emperor's cultivation was clearly not in this world anymore. Could it be that he couldn't survive in the human realm? That didn't seem to be the case. A pale green light flashed, and Gu Yinying brought Luo Hoshaming back to the Banyan Tree King. "I thought they wanted to borrow the power of the human realm to resist the hungry ghost realm, but I didn't expect him to come down personally. It seems like he has already passed 5 heavenly tribulations." Although it had been 5,000 years since the ascension of the Great Xia dynasty's ancestor emperor, the flow of time in the human world was much slower. Perhaps only a few hundred years had passed, or even shorter. Yet he actually survived another heavenly tribulation. How amazing was this? Li Qingshan said. "Another Emperor Li?" Luo Hoshaoming said. "No, the human realm doesn't have the instinct to devour the world. He only used that sky-climbing vine as a passage, and he had to bear the power of heaven and earth. If he didn't come from this world, the rejection wouldn't be so severe, and he would have been turned into ashes by now. This was called the rejection not so severe." Li Qingshan looked at the terrifying scene of destruction. The rejection of the world of the 9 states was much more terrifying than that of a small world. It was simply a violent attack. In addition, there must be many invisible shackles and bad luck, and it was not something a single person could resist. The Banyan Tree King was silent for a moment, and suddenly seemed to have understood something. I have fallen into a trap. Li Qingshan was stunned. He had never seen the Banyan Tree King lose his composure like this. He had always looked like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Even if there were occasional mistakes, it was not the fault of the battle. This feeling was as if Zhuge Kongming was in the middle of a battle and shouted, "Oh no, there's an ambush." It was really strange. Before Li Qingshan could ask the Banyan Tree King what trap he had fallen into, the Taizu Emperor had already stepped on the heavenly altar. He was covered in wounds, and the dragon assembly formation that protected the great Xia imperial court was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Wind and thunder surged and fire burned the imperial court. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's expression changed, and it was obvious that the power of heaven and earth didn't care about friendly fire. In an instant, everyone would be dead. A dragon roar sounded, and the 5-clawed golden dragon that was entrenched at the foot of the mountain rushed out of the sea of fire. It soared to the top of the mountain and rushed into his chest. Chuolong's hand gently pressed on the dragon province cauldron. The cauldron trembled, and the majestic dragon roar came from his mouth. Unknowingly, his appearance had changed. Dragon horns grew on his head, and dragon scales covered his body. He had become a dragon man, and only his smile didn't change. In an instant, the wind and thunder that filled the sky dissipated, as if they had never existed. On the heavenly altar, at the top of the dragon head, Chuolong played with the exquisite dragon province cauldron with one hand, and he said softly, "It's been a long time, 9 provinces." Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "So it's a dragon descendant? I'm afraid that he has already become a true dragon." The so-called dragon descendant was a living being that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. There were many mystical bloodlines in the 3,000 worlds, and the one that circulated the most was the dragon bloodline, and the ones that had the most descendants were the dragon descendants. The dragon bloodline could fuse with other bloodlines, and if the dragon descendants cultivated painstakingly and purified their dragon blood, they could become true dragons. Li Qingshan's expression was grave. No wonder he could obtain the support of so many demon kings. He wasn't a pure human. This guy looks hard to deal with. The Banyan Tree King let out a long sigh. "Sigh, you guys aren't his match. Quickly prepare to ascend." Chapter 1294. Li Qingshan was very unconvinced. Why must you boost the morale of others and diminish your own? I think he's suppressed his cultivation to below the 4th heavenly tribulation, which is why he can calm the might of the world. If they really fight, he might even be a little weaker than the corpse emperor. I'll go retrieve the dragon province cauldron right now, and assist you in becoming a god. The Banyan Tree King said. "Sai, you don't understand. Old friend, you've actually managed to obtain the cauldrons of 7 provinces. That's far beyond my expectations." Huolong's voice rang out through the profound light illuminates all. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He knew the profound light illuminates all could be seen and heard, but this innate ability had never been of much use. He had never seriously developed it either, yet his enemy had actually taken advantage of it first. "Is everything going according to your plan?" The Banyan Tree King thought back to when he first proposed to forge the 9 cauldrons, but he never expected himself to be caught in his own trap. How's that possible? Even true immortals can't achieve something like that. Huolong swiveled his eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. "The young friend beside you has completely exceeded my expectations. There must be some powerful external interference." His gaze deepened as if he wanted to see through Li Qingshan. Then he shook his head. "Let's not talk about that. Out of the 72 demon kings, you're the one I respect the most. Unfortunately, our paths clash, so we're forced to be enemies. However, since you're an old friend, I'll leave you with a chance of survival." Li Qingshan clenched his fist. A mighty 10 demon king, half a god of the world, actually seemed like a piece of trash to him. Someone he could destroy with a wave of his hand. The Banyan Tree King calmed down. Are you afraid I'll throw my life away? If throwing your life away was useful, why would you waste your breath on me? The Dragon Province leads the 9 provinces. The Dragon Province reigns supreme among the 9 cauldrons of the world. If you devoured the 8 provinces and spent a century to completely digest them, you might have a chance at victory. You've only devoured 7 provinces right now, and only the Mist Province has truly been assimilated. So why must you end your own life? Huo Long fiddled around with the Dragon Province cauldron. I still don't understand. Why did you return? Do you want to become the god of the world? But you could have done that 5,000 years ago. The Banyan Tree King was puzzled. Low-level worlds were of no use to powerful cultivators. With Chuolong's cultivation and pursuits, why would he return? What did he want? Luo Ho Xiaoming muttered, blessed grotto heaven. Someone actually knows. That's right. The 9 prefectures will become a paradise for my myriad phenomenon sect. Chuolong proudly said. Why would I, Chuolong, be trapped in a world and be some god of the world? Fellow Taoist, your wisdom is as vast as the sea, and no one in the world can compare to you. It's a pity that your knowledge is lacking, and your ambition is lacking. As the saying goes, without ambition, one's wisdom is lacking. How can the path of cultivation allow you to shrink back like this? He raised the Dragon Province cauldron high, and the roar of a dragon resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. He turned into a golden true dragon, and entered the Dragon Province cauldron. Dragon patterns appeared outside the cauldron, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they swam around the cauldron. Many unprecedented images appeared on the 4 cauldrons. There was the sea of trees of the Mist Province, the desert of the Scarlet Province, the grasslands of the Frost Province, the mountains of the Thunder Province. The images of the 8 provinces gathered in one cauldron. Every branch of the Banyan Tree King in the various provinces trembled, as if they were fending off something invisible. Extremely magnificent colors wove together in the sky like an aurora, changing and flowing with every second. This was a clash between the laws of the world. Everyone gazed up, but they still had no idea what was happening. Li Qingshan did not understand the exact details, but at the very least, he understood something. The Banyan Tree King had been tricked. The Clam King of Mirage Sea and the Frost Feather Moth King's encounters were definitely not an isolated case. They could even be regarded as lucky survivors. This founding emperor, who had tricked who knew how many demon kings and great cultivators, had long since understood what the Banyan Tree King was thinking. The 9 cauldrons were not a shortcut to godhood, but a great trap instead. The other 8 cauldrons were bait, while the Dragon Province cauldron was a hook hidden within the bait. From the moment the Banyan Tree King devoured the Mist Province cauldron and became the god of the Mist Province, he had fallen into a trap. All he could do right now was shatter the Dragon Province cauldron. Li Qingshan flew up, about to make his way to the Dragon Province. An aerial root wrapped around his ankle, and the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out in his head. Qingshan, you can't do it. Don't walk right into a trap. It's a pity that I've let down your and little Anne's hard work. Fellow, you've gathered the power of 7 cauldrons. Can't you put up a fight? The formation of the Imperial Palace has already fallen, and I still don't care about those rotten fish on the mountain. I just need to last a while. That's exactly what he wants you to think. He wants to use this opportunity to eliminate you as a surprise. He personally forged the 9 cauldrons, and the Dragon Province cauldron is the core of the 9 cauldrons. I can't last for too long. I know your current strength completely surpasses Demon Kings. I've also seen your battle against the Corpse Emperor, but this is different. If you don't go to the Dragon Province, he won't be able to do anything to you for some time. Go to the Frost Province and ascend quickly. The Banyan Tree King felt the fragments of the 9 cauldrons in his body surge, reassembling piece by piece, vaguely forming huge cauldrons. Even the Mist Province cauldron, that had completely melted away, was the same. Only the Frost Province cauldron had been devoured by the miniature world, so it was impossible for it to reassemble. Suddenly he came to a realization. Even the stalemate right now was probably an illusion. Li Qingshan stopped. It was not only because of the Banyan Tree King's warning, but also because of the Spirit Turtle's warning. The great omen of death shrouded all of his life force. Even when he faced the corpse emperor or the ghost tower, they were not so terrifying. His trip to the Dragon Province was certain death. He had already undergone rebirth twice, and he was still in a weakened state. Although he could undergo rebirth once more, he would become a phoenix's embryo. He would be unable to fight or flee. Several dozen great cultivators were gathered on Dragon's Head Mountain, and every single one of them possessed great strength. Meanwhile, who knew how many other tricks the imperial court of Great Xia was hiding? Not to mention the founding ancestor of Great Xia, who wielded the Dragon Province cauldron and possessed unknown strength. As a result, the situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Li Qingshan, are you bold enough to face me in battle? The Huilong's voice contained a deep dragon's roar, echoing through the 9 provinces. It was equivalent to provoking Li Qingshan before everyone. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. His eyes were as tranquil as the ocean. Huilong, you'll regret asking this question. Interesting. I'll be waiting for you in the Dragon Province. With that, a yellow leaf drifted down before Li Qingshan. He suddenly raised his head. Most of the dark green tree crown had been dyed yellow in a single moment. In the blink of an eye, it had all turned yellow, drifting through the air. It was like a human's hair had turned white overnight. The sea of trees had also turned into a yellow ocean. Tree King! Cries rang out across Towering City. 7 colored lights suddenly flickered among the treetops, condensing into a fruit of wisdom. It landed in Little Anne's hand. That's what we agreed. It's a pity that you're still missing 2 provinces. You slashed me once, so I'll cut off 2 provinces. The Banyan Tree King had once promised that when he became the god of the 9 provinces, he would condense an ultimate fruit of wisdom and let Li Qingshan give it to Little Anne. A golden light flew over, and Madame Tung cried out in surprise. You? What's wrong with you? The Banyan Tree King looked at her and closed his eyes with a smile. That's fine too. In an instant, the sea of trees turned into ashes. Our 1152. Chapter 1295. The sunlight was blinding. Without the cloud-like canopy, Towering City had already vanished, leaving behind a landscape riddled with holes. Countless demons, other folk, and barbarians cried out and fled. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, probably no one would have imagined so many living creatures and races existed in the sea of trees. Li Qingshan only gazed towards the north and said in thought, the turtle dragon. Madame Tung knelt on the ground as tears rolled down her face, kicking up dust. Suddenly she stood up. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she flew towards the Dragon Province. There was a white flash, and Little Anne blocked her way. He's still alive. Madame Tung looked at the fruit of wisdom in her hand and extended her hands. She sensed the familiar aura hidden deep within the core. Only then did she gradually calm down. She revealed a sorrowful and gentle expression. Please give me the core. Yeah. Little Anne immediately ingested the fruit of wisdom. The newly born fruit of wisdom condensed the Banyan Tree King's 10,000 years of experience and comprehension. The information it contained was extraordinarily tremendous. Suddenly obtaining it gave him a feeling of enlightenment. He was unable to digest it immediately. He placed the core in Madame Tung's hand. Madame Tung clenched it firmly as tears fell again. We can't stay here for long. We need to plant this seed quickly. Let's go to the South Sea. Li Qingshan vaguely sensed a pair of eyes staring at him. He was also someone who had once been a god of the world. He knew the Mist Province had already fallen under the Turtle Dragon's control. Gu Yinying asked, Aren't we going to the Frost Province? Li Qingshan said, The Frost Province cauldron might be gone, but with what the Turtle Dragon is capable of, devouring the Frost Province is only a matter of time. That place isn't conducive to the growth of plants either. The climate of the South Sea is a little more suitable. Gu Yinying smiled. Yes, and your old lover is there too, the Merfolk Queen. Li Qingshan looked at her in confusion. Even he had not considered this when such a great change had occurred. Gu Yinying shifted her gaze and looked at the sky. Li Qingshan had a playful look on his face. Yes, I'm looking for my old lover. In the depths of the boundless sea, on an isolated island with verdant vegetation, Madame Tung solemnly buried the seed on this land far away from the land of the 9 prefectures. Under everyone's expectant gazes, A tender shoot broke through the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into a large tree. Naturally, it couldn't compare to towering Sky City, nor could it compare to any of the branches in the past. However, it clearly carried the aura of the Banyan Tree King. Spring blossoms and autumn fruits, blooming and bearing fruit, taking root and germinating. It was another cycle. A child's face appeared on the tree trunk, delicate and gentle. Ah, he's alive again. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was off. He and Gu Yining looked at each other. Great, great, the child said with a smile. The branches swayed back and forth, as if cheering and jumping for joy. Banyan Tree King? Yes, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, right? I remember this name. The child recalled seriously and said, Yes, we are good friends. You have helped me a lot. It seemed like he only remembered these vague concepts. Li Qingshan said in surprise, You can't have forgotten everything, right? Madame Teng's delicate body trembled, and her eyes widened. I still vaguely remember some of it. That despicable and shameless bastard, Chualong, caused me so much trouble. The child's face was filled with indignation, but there wasn't much resentment. On the contrary, he was filled with naivety. He said helplessly, There's nothing I can do. A seed can't contain so many memories, and it has to remember so many things related to cultivation. The other things are just so. Li Qingshan was speechless. He understood that the innumerable Banyan Tree Kings were not only the source of the Banyan Tree King's power, but also the cornerstone of his wisdom. This time, all of them were destroyed, leaving only a seed. Most of the memories had disappeared along with it. Do you still remember me? Madame Teng walked forward and asked anxiously. The child frowned and stared at Madame Teng, speechless for a moment. I am. Madame Teng wanted to explain, but she didn't know where to start. The bits and pieces that they had spent together for thousands of years had already converged into a vast ocean. How many points would he have left now? She felt extremely sad, even more than when he wanted to kill her. The child murmured, Strange, so clear. The memories related to her occupied almost half of his current memories, even more than the memories related to cultivation. This was because a part of his memories was about the general situation of the land of the 9 prefectures, and the complicated interpersonal relationships. Those were also very important to cultivation. The Banyan Tree King had once been very kind to many people. With so many monster kings and mutant kings under his command, as long as they gave him a little help, there would be endless benefits. A few monster kings of the giant lumbermen came along, expressing their loyalty to him and protecting his safety. Many other monster kings also came, and almost all of them were present. However, these memories were also vague and general. Even if they were added together, they couldn't compare to the memories of the golden-haired woman in front of him. Most of them were insignificant details and meaningless daily conversations. All of them were extremely clear, without a single bit missing. The child's face suddenly froze, as if he remembered something. With a face full of regret he said, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. His expression was so strange that tears almost fell down. Everyone was stunned. Li Qingshan scratched his head. The Banyan Tree King actually said that he was an idiot. Was there anything stranger than this in this world? Even the great schemer Chualong admitted that his wisdom was unparalleled in this world. Moreover, even though the Banyan Tree King felt guilty towards Madame Teng, it was Madame Teng who insisted on blocking his way. No matter how guilty he felt, even if he had to choose 100 times, it would still be the same. But now he actually looked so regretful. This was really too strange. Madame Teng was pleasantly surprised and threw herself at the tree. She hugged the tree tightly and said, I forgive you. Sigh, it's too tight. All right, who asked you to be a vine? The child said helplessly. His delicate and pretty face was filled with gentleness, as if he had suddenly matured a lot. She, who occupied almost half of his memory, was already the most important existence in his new life. He chose a new Tao. Little and suddenly said, Does he want to make up for his past mistakes? Gu Yining also sighed. The two looked at Li Qingshan simultaneously. Li Qingshan said, Hey, why are you two looking at me? He couldn't help but think, if they wanted to block his Tao, could he kill them? Of course, this kind of question was as boring as asking his mother and wife to save first if they fell into the water at the same time. However, even if the 9 heavens didn't exist, being able to accompany them was also a great joy in life. As soon as this thought appeared, it immediately got out of hand. One after another, charming, elegant or gentle faces appeared. It would be a huge harem. Shaking his head to get rid of this thought, he raised his hand and knocked on the tree trunk. All right, this is called valuing love over friendship. Now, I don't need to count on this guy to provide any useful suggestions. The child suddenly said with a stern expression, Qingshan, leave the land of the 9 prefectures. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the face of the Banyan Tree King vaguely overlapped with the face of the former Banyan Tree King. Both of them were solemn warnings. Leave just like this. R1152. Chapter 1296. No. Li Qingshan answered firmly. His eyes shone with cold light. He was like a tiger crouching on a barren hill, grinding his teeth, and about to devour someone. If he wants to play with me, then I'll play with him to the end. The wind blew, and the clouds scattered. The vegetation on the island trembled. When a person's killing intent was unleashed, the world would be overturned. The mutant kings and demon kings all felt chills run down their spines. In a daze, Li Qingshan seemed to rapidly expand until he filled the surroundings. He turned into a tiger of wind, standing in the South Sea, and gazing towards the Dragon Province in the north. In the distant Dragon Province, the founding ancestor Si Long was being worshipped by his subjects. Suddenly his heart shivered, and he sensed something. His lips curled into a smile. Interesting. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Nothing. Everything is as I expected. Hui Long, just you wait. Li Qingshan was delighted. If he retreated this time, the tiger demon's fighting spirit would definitely suffer a great setback, and it would be difficult for him to advance any further. Sometimes, the spirit turtle's forbearance and concealment were necessary, but forbearance was not for the sake of continuing to do so. Concealment was not running away either. Si Qing was still alive, and the left imperial advisor was still alive. How could he just hand over such a great land? If even a measly human emperor could force him to retreat, then what was the point of fighting the demon domain and fighting Qiongqi? This was exactly what it meant to harm a tiger. However, determination alone was not enough to harm a single hair on the Hui Long. Increasing his own strength was fundamental. Right now, the ape demon transformation was his greatest shortcoming. Practicing the ape demon's method of moon fishing was actually very simple, which was to do whatever he wanted. He could do whatever he wanted, be free, and do whatever he wanted. He could even fish for the moon from the water if he wanted. It did not matter if it was stupid or bad. Even if he ignored the spirit turtle's schemes, the phoenix's restraint, the ox demon's stubbornness, and the tiger demon's warmongering, he completely ignored them. He only sought pleasure. The word pleasure. It sounded simple, but just how many people in the world could achieve that? Who could not think about the pros and cons? Who could not think about whether it was good or evil? However, Li Qingshan just happened to be skilled at this. His sharp killing intent dispersed, replaced by a smile. He was in high spirits, but it was also rather comical. During the new year, when a naughty child throws a firecracker at your feet, his face is usually filled with naive malice. The mutant kings and monster kings couldn't help but shiver. Just now, they at least understood that Li Qingshan's killing intent wasn't directed at them. It was just that he was affected by the aftershock. But now, he felt like he could twist off anyone's head and kick it like a ball at any time, and without any reason. No matter how this North Moon Demon Monarch's temperament changes, it's impossible to ignore it. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. However, if it was him, maybe we can really defeat that human Emperor Feng Long. After all, demonic apes were still demons. One should never underestimate the destructive power of a brat. Li Qingshan suddenly soared into the sky, somersaulted a few hundred times in the air, and jumped into the sea. Almost at the same time, another Li Qingshan rushed out of the sea and flew north. That was another mirror image of him. He didn't explain anything to Gu Yinying, Luo Ho Xiaoming, or Little Anne. They didn't need his explanation. Since they understood that he was determined to fight, they were ready. Little Anne floated away. She had a lot of resources in her hands, but she hadn't had the time to use them. He had never had the time to use it. Now that he had obtained all the relics of the Lingua Temple, and a large part of the corpse Emperor Quang Tianyo's body, he could further condense the white bone body and various white bone artifacts. He also needed to refine another white bone artifact, the 3 burial robe. Gu Yinying also spread her wings and flew high, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Luo Ho Xiaoming found a cliff on the island and took out an oval-shaped object covered in a layer of red light. In a short time, Gu Yinying had already obtained an azure field for him. The mutant kings and demon kings all bid farewell to the banyan tree king, leaving behind a giant lumberkin king to guard the place. No matter how loyal he was, he still had many clansmen to take care of. The demon kings had their own territories, so they couldn't stay on this small island. They could only help at crucial times. Madame Tung turned into a golden sun vine and gently wrapped around the great banyan tree. The blooming sunflowers absorbed the gorgeous sunlight of the South Sea and injected warm spiritual power into the great banyan tree. Uncle, you helped me before. Now it's my turn to help you. The vine doesn't just steal the tree's nutrients. You must listen to me in the future. The tree and the uncle were jokes she made when she first gained intelligence. She was enlightened by him when she first learned to speak, so she didn't know the difference between the two. Now that she thought about it, she had a different feeling. The big banyan tree trembled slightly, blooming with clusters of bright pink in the sunlight. Madame Tung said in surprise, You're blooming. Raising a lowly is so important. Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. After going through a disaster, the one who stayed by the banyan tree king's side in the end was still Madame Tung, who he had raised from a plant to a demon king. Gong Yuan frowned and said, What did you say? This was the crystal palace of the merfolk of the South Sea. The sky rippled with the shadows of water. It was dreamy and illusory, setting off the woman's stunning appearance. She was like a goddess. Her slender tail swayed with the waves, and her dark blue caudal fin was like a veil. Li Qingshan didn't answer. He stared at her and admired her beauty. Gong Yuan felt slightly uneasy. After so many years, cultivators had a different concept of time than mortals. Merfolk had a longer lifespan and lived in the deep sea, so they were even less sensitive to time. However, they had clearly tasted the feeling of separation. Now this man had returned, and he was even stronger than before. The bits and pieces of time they spent together appeared in her mind again. Li Qingshan said, Do you know why I must fight? Why? I don't want my woman to submit to another man. Once the 9 provinces were refined into a paradise by Feng Long, everything within would be under his control. Even if he was in the South Sea, he wouldn't be able to maintain his position. He would have no choice but to submit to the great Xia dynasty. His burning gaze caused ripples in Gong Yuan's deep and cold heart. However, she maintained the noble and cold arrogance of a merfolk queen and looked away. Who's your woman? Don't think too much of yourself. Oh. Li Qingshan pounced forward and kissed her cold lips deeply. Gong Yuan struggled and pushed against his chest with her hands. Her fishtail swayed. Now Li Qingshan's strength naturally had an overwhelming advantage. However, she didn't really struggle to the death. Otherwise, this was the Crystal Palace after all, and he wouldn't be able to do as he pleased. Li Qingshan said, Let's dual cultivate. Gong Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him with a strange expression. She understood that this time's dual cultivation would be different from any other time in the past. Li Qingshan carried her and flew out of the Crystal Palace. They sank into the depths of the sea, all the way to the bottom. Gong Yuan's long hair fluttered, and her clothes fell apart, revealing her flawless jade-like body. In this cold seawater, it actually gradually became warm. Her cold eyes rippled with light, as if she wanted to see through Li Qingshan clearly. Li Qingshan's muscular body was already completely naked. She saw this and didn't feel embarrassed. She asked in return, What do you want to do? This question seemed a little redundant. A man and a woman alone, facing each other with their bare hearts. What else could they do? Li Qingshan, however, thought seriously for a while and answered seriously, I want to start a harem. Yes. The thought that had been thrown out of his mind not long ago immediately jumped out again when he decided to do as he pleased. Like a little monkey, it rolled all over the floor in his head and shouted, Start a harem! Start a harem! Start a harem! It had to be said that this idea was extremely stupid. When he had broken off with Han Qiongji during his wedding, he had already understood that their fate had come to an end. Back then on this South Sea, even though he had many opportunities, he had never really done anything to Gong Yuan, even if he knew that she had feelings for him. On this path to the 9 heavens, they couldn't keep up with his footsteps. Wasn't this the smartest decision? He didn't want them to be implicated by him, and didn't want to interfere with their cultivation. Was there no affection in this? Therefore, not only was this idea stupid, it was also very bad. Now, however, he didn't care about this. It was like he was intoxicated by the beauty of the moon in the water. He couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Even if it was ultimately just an illusion, even if he hurt someone's heart and ended up with a heart full of disappointment and frustration, he couldn't just give up like this. He still had to try again and again, each time filled with hope and anticipation. Perhaps one day, he would be able to capture the moon and not have any regrets. Gong Yuan's heart throbbed, her full chest rising and falling. Then can I refuse? No. Li Qingshan smiled and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, hugging her tightly in his arms. All right then. Gong Yuan lowered her eyes, her blue fishtail swaying. Sparkling and translucent scales drifted, sprinkling specks of brilliance down, turning into a pair of slender and slightly curled up legs. They were extremely perfect. If one bit was added, they would be fat. And if one bit was lost, they would be thin. They were tightly closed, as if they hadn't adapted to this change. Although she didn't say anything more, although her expression was still a little cold, this was already the most precious thing a mermaid could give to a man. Li Qingshan couldn't help but gently caress this world's most perfect creation. Emotions also surged in his chest. He suddenly realized that he still had a human heart. However, this thing was far too delicate, nowhere close to the heart of any god or demon, which was why he had always protected it very well, never revealing it so easily. He was like a child fantasizing. If only I had the perseverance of the ox demon, I wouldn't be defeated by difficulties. If only I had the courage of the tiger demon, I would be able to face all-powerful enemies. If only I had the intelligence of the spirit turtle, I would be able to avoid any harm. If only I had the nobility of the phoenix, I would be able to avoid all temptations. If only I had the happiness of the ape demon, I would be able to be free. However, when people were born into the world, they would always struggle to persevere. They would be hesitant and cowardly. They would endure pain and be lowly and lost. They would not have a single day of happiness. They would not have a single moment of freedom. As a result, anyone who wanted a human heart should be disposed of cheaply. However, he was still reluctant to part with it. This tiny human heart could give birth to all kinds of tenacity, courage, wisdom, and nobility. It could allow him to experience the various joys of life. No matter how the gods and demons fought, and how they constantly searched in confusion, perhaps they could find an answer that even the gods and demons could not understand. Yuan. Li Qingshan pressed his forehead against hers, and called out gently with a smile. He gently parted her legs and became one with her. Waves surged in the abyss. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1297. An iciness rushed into his organs, as if it could freeze his soul. Li Qingshan could not help but suck in a breath. All that gushed in was icy cold seawater before slowly exhaling. He immediately circulated the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression as hard as he could. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell appeared in the darkness, forming a ball and wrapping around them. The surging gully currents in the sea abyss gradually settled down, just like Gong Yuan in his arms. Gong Yuan opened her eyes. They shone like the night stars, a deep blue like cracked ice, so deep that they were like the legendary Ruin's End, but they rippled right now. The all-water to Ruin's End began operating too. It was unprecedentedly smooth, She had no idea whether it was power that drove her emotions, or whether her emotions drove her power. A sense of joy from the depths of her soul overwhelmed the discomfort of her split fishtail. Her heart skipped a beat, and a smear of embarrassment flashed through her eyes. She no longer resembled that cold, noble merfolk queen at all. Originally, it was just a matter of no consequence. If he wanted it, then she would just give it to him. It was not like she had any other choice. From the moment she fell in love many years ago, she had already made up her mind that it could only be him. Merfolk were not as fickle as humans, much less her. Rather than describing it as a result of her emotions, it was more accurate to describe it as a result of her rational judgment. With her identity, cultivation, and age, it was basically impossible for her to do anything for a man. As a result, even if he said something stupid like having a harem, she would just let him be. Otherwise, even regular merfolk women would never accept something like that, let alone her. The infatuation of merfolk women required an equivalent response. However, she had forgotten what she was like before she met Li Qingshan. Contaminated by the power of Ruin's End, her heart was filled with pain and deathly stillness. She had almost suffered from qi deviation. He had personally pacified her and plucked her heartstrings. It was only because they had not seen each other for many years. The power of Ruin's End gained the upper hand again, greatly affecting her willpower. As a result, she gained a strange sense of confidence again, believing herself to be a cold woman. However, Li Qingshan managed to break through her mind easily once again. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly under the crystal crown. The layer of frost on her beautiful face melted away, making her seem much gentler, but there was now a smear of bitterness. Yuan, how do you feel? Are you satisfied now? Gong Yuan gritted her teeth and instinctively wanted to close her legs, but she could only wrap them around Li Qingshan's waist. Li Qingshan hugged her slender waist, and took the opportunity to make their bodies even closer. Listening to her extremely sweet moans, he smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied. Fortunately, I didn't let you go. Otherwise, it would be my lifelong regret." Gong Yuan let out a soft sigh. "I can somewhat empathize with my sister's feelings." Then she said indignantly, "This is simply unreasonable. You are such a childish fellow." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He could calmly accept her calling him despicable, shameless, or arrogant. However, he could not accept the word childish, because he really could not refute it. In terms of age, he was indeed much younger than Gong Yuan. Am I a choice even worse than the fire devourers? A little better. Gong Yuan told him about the requirements of a mermaid's partner. Compared to the disgust she felt towards the fire devourers, she still accepted it reluctantly in the end. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. This hatred sure was endless. He was also thankful that Ru Xian's mother had lowered herself. He gently caressed her face. "I'm not some good man. However, I will do everything I can to help you and protect you. I'm very strong. Although it's difficult to satisfy both sides, working hard in the pursuit of strength isn't without its benefits." If he had not constantly become stronger, the fire devourers would have breached the Crystal Palace a long time ago. Perhaps both of them would have died. Even if they were deeply in love, how could they even begin? Tragedies were even more touching, as long as it did not happen to them. This is also the price I have to pay for pursuing strength. Gong Yuan sighed. If it were not for the fact that she practiced the all-water to Ruin's End, leaving behind a huge flaw in her heart, why would he have succeeded so easily? Under the influence of the power of Ruin's End, on one hand, she could remain cold to the very end, unaffected by anything, but on the other hand, when she faced him, she seemed completely defenseless. As a matter of fact, she even yearned for it instinctively. It was basically a predestined fate. When the tearing pain gradually subsided, she wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and took the initiative to kiss his lips. Due to her shyness, she seemed rather clumsy. Li Qingshan could finally attack wantonly. An enchanting moan rang out by his ear. Under dual cultivation, their minds were connected, and their minds resonated. It was a great enjoyment beyond anything else. A long while later, Gong Yuan leaned against Li Qingshan's chest. She was exhausted and satisfied, actually seeming a little gentle. The influence of the power of Ruin's End had been pacified by the spirit turtle, so she displayed the natural tenderness of a mermaid. Li Qingshan caressed her smooth, slender back, moving all the way down, grabbing a mound of it. He could not help but move again. "Don't move," Gong Yuan said in annoyance. Her body was not as tough as his. She maintained this posture only because she was reluctant to part with him. "Then I'll go find someone else," Li Qingshan said with a smile. "Don't you dare," Gong Yuan said furiously, immediately displaying the dignity of a mermaid queen. She radiated coldness from all over. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Li Qingshan had never been threatened. Various faces naturally appeared in his head. "Then piss off." Gong Yuan was so angry that her body trembled slightly. She immediately severed the connection between their minds and propped herself up, about to leave. Li Qingshan smiled. "Oh, how impressive of you, Your Majesty." However, he saw the tears on her cheeks turn into crystalline mermaid pearls. He could not help but be surprised. He never thought she would be like that. He pulled her into his arms in a hurry and comforted her. "What are you crying for?" "I was just saying it casually, thinking about it randomly." Gong Yuan turned her head away. "What does the sadness in my heart have to do with you? You can go and start your harem. However, I, Gong Yuan, will definitely not be one of them." Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. Being gentle like water was even harder to deal with than being cold like ice. This harem path had a long way to go. However, this feeling was not bad. He did not want to leave anyway. After that, they returned to the Crystal Palace hand in hand. Gong Yuan did not hide their relationship at all. That gentle like water surprised all the mermaids and shocked Li Qingshan. After that, she wanted to hold a grand wedding for them. It was extremely important for a mermaid to choose a lifetime partner. Moreover, it was the mermaid queen. "I still owe someone a wedding." In Gong Yuan's luxurious bedroom, Li Qingshan lay on her lap. Various scenes with Han Qiongji appeared in his mind. At that time, he was already preparing to ascend. He did not want to implicate her with the grudges he had formed. Filled with guilt, he swore that he would never marry anyone again. Although Gong Yuan was a little resentful, she was gentle and tolerant. She was willing to postpone the wedding. She only said, "However, when you are with me, you can only think of me." If this was said by an ordinary woman, it would just be a casual remark. However, they maintained a telepathic connection almost all the time. Of course, after staying in the Crystal Palace for a few days, the two held hands and traveled together, looking at the magnificent scenery of the South Sea. However, they did not just indulge in the land of tenderness. At the same time, Li Qingshan was controlling his mirror clone to do something big in the 9 regions. Chapter 1298. The bright moon hung in the sky, its light flowing like water. In a small bamboo house in a secluded bamboo forest, a pea-sized lamp was surrounded by layers of darkness, as if it would go out at any moment. A middle-aged man bent over a desk and wrote at great speed, completely unaffected by the darkness. In fact, with his cultivation, he could see clearly even in the dark. At the very least, he could open the window. This lamp was only to create an atmosphere. As for what kind of atmosphere it was, he was not clear. In any case, mortals would definitely light lamps at night. And what he wrote was for mortals to read. The story of the heavenly sword and the dragon saber had been very popular. He wrote the sequel, the story of Tseng and Nyo's descendants. They first cultivated the 9 yin and 9 yang ice and fire limitless divine technique on the Ice and Fire Island, then fought in the Forbidden City, destroyed Zhu Zhongba, and unified the world. Then, they killed their way to the Persian Ming cult, and took in the saintess Xiao Zhao. Of course, during this process, he already had a harem of 3,000 beauties. Now he was considering whether to take in the purple shirt dragon Queen Tajkis. From the perspective of mortals, his age seemed a little old, but it was nothing for cultivators. The martial arts in this book were so powerful, he could at least be considered half a cultivator. If it were an ordinary woman, it would be fine, but it was her Xiao Zhao. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, appearing somewhat wretched in the shadows of the fire. His eyes flashed, and he was about to write. The lamp suddenly went out, leaving a wisp of green smoke. The man's figure trembled slightly, as if he had just woken up from a beautiful dream, appearing somewhat dazed. Looking at the ink stains on the paper, he let out a long sigh. He got up and pushed open the bamboo window, looking at the tranquil dragon snake lake with a very bleak expression. The bamboo forest had long died, and there were no fish in the lake. He was the only living person left on the dragon snake lake. If not for seeking inspiration, he would not have returned. Coincidentally, the change in the Hungry Ghost realm happened, so he activated the formation on the Cloudwisp Island and hid here to write his book. He had quite a lot of inspiration, but even if he finished writing, how many people would read it? The world was in chaos. Novelists almost suffered a fatal blow. Poems could be recited alone, essays could be expressed, but novels had to be read, or it would be no different from daydreaming. And what's that? He widened his eyes and saw a half-moon rise from the horizon. It was much bigger than the moon in the sky, but it was not as bright. It glowed with azure light. It did not fly out of the horizon, but grew larger and larger, as if it were a living creature. The man felt uneasy. Just as he was about to slip away, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a figure standing on the half-blue moon. He looked closely and saw that the person had scarlet hair and scarlet eyes. The devilishly handsome man was none other than Demon King Northmoon. Qingshan. Lu Chuanfeng. Li Qingshan turned to look at him. Stepping on the half-blue moon, he arrived at the Dragon Snake Lake. Just now, Lu Chuanfeng discovered that the half-blue moon was indeed a living being. Its body was incomparably huge, and only a part of it was exposed, yet it was already as lofty as a mountain. One had to look up to see Li Qingshan, who was standing cross-legged on it. But it was also faintly discernible. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it was like a dream, making him wonder if he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such a monster exist in the world? Li Qingshan said, "Come up." Lu Chuanfeng put away the manuscript and flew onto the back of the giant beast. He hesitated, not daring to step on it directly. When he looked back, he saw that the entire Cloudwisp Island had been swallowed by the giant beast. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Li Qingshan recalled that he had fought a great battle with Chu Danqing in order to surround this Cloudwisp Island. Now that he had destroyed it with his own hands, he felt a little emotional. However, this place had been contaminated by the Hungry Ghost realm's death chi and turned into a land of death, so he did not deliberately control Deep Blue Little Fatty. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed most of the Dragon Snake Lake. Lu Chuanfeng wanted to say something, but stopped. This novel school disciple who had been rejected by the 100 schools and ended up on Cloudwisp Island was now a world-famous great demon king. Li Qingshan smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" "I came back to take a look. Is Uncle Fu well?" "He has already passed away." Li Qingshan's eyes flashed, but he did not ask further. Many years ago, Sun Fubai was already an old man. Surviving one heavenly tribulation was already his limit. Perhaps he had died of old age, or perhaps he had met with an accident. Death was like an extinguished lamp, and it was no longer important. At this moment, even reminiscing about the past seemed pretentious. He only said, "I am no longer a disciple of the school of novels." The divine talisman of great creation had already landed in the small world, so he could not condense it again. "Are you here to destroy the evidence?" Lu Chuanfeng could not help but ask. Back then, when Li Qingshan became a disciple of the school of novels, he was seen as a great humiliation. Even though he rose to prominence later on, he was far from being able to compare with the schools of Buddhism, Taoism, military, and Moism. If that was the case, he would be in danger. The minds of demons were really hard to predict. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. "Being able to enter the school of novels is my greatest fortune. If not for the divine talisman of great creation, he might have already died in the small world." No matter how profound the cultivation techniques of the other schools were, it was useless. Moreover, the school of novels was indeed the most interesting among the 100 schools. Even though it was slightly weaker, to the ape demon, being interesting was more important than anything else. "Li Qingshan, what are you trying to do?" Lu Chuanfeng was shocked. This was because this sentence did not come from the sky above him. Instead, it came from the horizon and rang out in all directions. It contained great dignity, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. It made him have the urge to prostrate on the ground. Li Qingshan mocked. Chualong, you finally can't take it anymore? Chualong, this name is so familiar. Could it be? Lu Chuanfeng's eyes widened as he looked around. He did not find any traces of great Xia's Taizu Emperor. Instead, he discovered a huge chasm that meandered over from the horizon. Millions of tons of soil and stones had fallen into the stomach of the huge beast below him. Do you know how serious the consequences will be? Chualong shouted in anger. Of course I do. Li Qingshan smiled. The space-devouring beast had already devoured the entire lake of dragons and snakes. It continued to roam the land, devouring everything it came across. Although it was restricted by the laws of the world, and could not unleash its power in space, devouring some soil and stones was not a problem after it adapted slightly. The Banyan Tree King's warning was harsh, but it also proved one thing. Chualong could not leave the Dragon Province. He could not even leave Dragon Head Mountain. Refining the 9 provinces into a blessed land was definitely not something that could be completed in a day or two. Let's see if you can refine faster, or I can devour faster. Xilong said sternly. You're destroying this world. So what? I can save this world, but I can also destroy it. Li Qingshan tucked his ears, and an ape tail swayed behind him. The ape demon was neither stubborn nor crazy, but its demonic nature was no weaker than the ox demon or tiger demon. Instead, it could not be understood with common sense. Chualong said, You're flipping the table just because you can't win a game of chess? Isn't your actions a little too ungentlemanly? Li Qingshan leapt up and turned into a black ape, pointing at the sky furiously. Cut the bullshit. If you have the guts, fight me, or piss off back to your mortal realm. If you really think you're playing a game of chess, then I'll smash the chessboard in your face. Chapter 1299. Boom. A bolt of lightning lit up the sky, turning the world white as if the heavens were enraged. Lu Chuanfeng shuddered as he lay prone on the back of the void-swallowing beast. He felt as if the lightning was about to strike his head. He stared dumbfoundedly at the figure that was glaring at the heavens and laughing arrogantly, not wavering in the slightest. Chualong said, Li Qingshan, if you want to destroy the world will destroy you. Li Qingshan could also sense the enmity of the heavens. If he was the beloved son of the world when he fought against the corpse emperor, then he was the rebellious son of the heavens now. All of this was already within his expectations, which was why he had hesitated at that time. By taking this step, he was going to destroy what he wanted to protect, and become enemies with the world. If this continued, the world's enmity and rejection would only grow stronger. Not only did the situation not improve, but it also became more dangerous. I didn't expect you to be such a fool, Chualong said disdainfully, but there was a trace of anger in his words. In his original plan, Li Qingshan only had 2 choices: leave this world or fight him. If he left, then he would have one less unpredictable enemy, and the people he cared about in this world would fall into his hands. He might even be able to use them as bargaining chips in the future. If he stayed, then it would be for the best. When he refined this world into a blessed land, everything here would be under his control, and he would have a great chance of finding out Li Qingshan's secrets. Be it the 9 heaven-living soil or his cultivation method, any cultivator would be tempted. However, Li Qingshan chose the third path, destroying the world. This was a lose-lose situation, and it would greatly harm both sides. Although it could make his plan fail, it would also put him in extreme danger. Not to mention the restrictions, it could even trigger the heavenly lightning and earthly fire to kill him. Cultivation was for longevity, so which cultivator would not care about their lives and resist so violently? He was simply an unreasonable lunatic. Let's see how this fool destroys the world. How I slay the dragon. How I defy the heavens. Li Qingshan repeated 3, how-s the world. Wind and lightning surged, and the sea of clouds surged. He stretched out his ape arm and spread his fingers. It was as if he wanted to grasp the wind and thunder, the rotation of the sun and moon in his hands. Even if he had to destroy everything, commit endless evil deeds, and even destroy himself, he would never become a pawn in someone else's game. This was the heart of the ape demon. Fourth stage of demonic ape transformation break. Li Qingshan felt even more delighted, and couldn't help but let out a long whistle. It pierced through metal and stone, broke through the sea of clouds, and caused that bright moon to appear. You have seen this body and this heart. Who said that the howl of the ape was sorrowful? This howl was so joyful as if it had obtained everything in the world, even if its hands were empty. Above the South Sea, Gong Yuan suddenly saw Li Qingshan's figure stop, revealing a bright and cheerful smile like that of a child. He turned into a black ape, as if he had broken through a bottleneck, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. It stirred up huge waves. He forced her to retreat as well. The demonic ape transformation was his only shortcoming at the moment. Ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix all recovered to the 4th level. For a time, the sounds of tigers leaping and phoenixes dancing, the mooing of cows and the cries of turtles appeared in the small world within his body. There were even black apes scratching their ears and cheeks as they hopped about. He was glad that he didn't run away. The mountains of knives and seas of fire, the fear and threats were all whetstones to temper his heart. He raised his head and looked up. The bright moon on the sea was too far away, so he leaped up. He used the demonic ape arms and slapped the sea surface with his palm. Huge waves surged into the sky, towering thousands of feet high like a mountain. He reached out and grabbed the air, the demonic ape absorption. This mountain of water condensed on the sea surface, looking magnificent and dreamy. A bright light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he clenched his fist. Destroy! Boom! The mountain of water shattered, turning into mist that filled the sky, drifting with the sea breeze. Amidst the hazy mist, Gong Yuan's mouth opened slightly. She was also shocked by this shocking scene. She probably wouldn't be able to survive a single move from him. No demon king or grand cultivator in the world could survive a single move from him. Unknowingly, he had become so strong. This was the 3rd mystical ability of the demonic ape space destruction. Of course, it didn't destroy the void, but rather, it used the power of the void to destroy everything within it. Li Qingshan looked at his own hand and revealed a satisfied smile. He didn't use the 9 heaven life soil and relied purely on his own strength. Instead, he conveniently comprehended the demonic ape transformation and could transform into the demonic ape. The demonic ape arms greatly increased the power of the demonic ape's divine abilities. The demonic ape absorption to grab the enemy, and the demonic ape destruction to destroy the enemy. These 3 divine abilities were simply invincible. Once they were activated, they were formless and traceless. They couldn't be dodged, and could only be taken head-on. When Li Qingshan's strength rose sharply, the mirror clone also rose along with it. Its demonic aura soared into the sky, and it didn't fear the might of heaven. Chuolong was also silent. Originally, he came to the 9 provinces with an incomparably relaxed state of mind, ready to harvest everything. Yes, he had this ability. Thousands of years ago, the various demon kings were already toyed with by him. Now that he had descended, even the Banyan Tree King, who had almost become a god, was annihilated with a flip of his hand, turning his 10,000 years of cultivation into ashes. However, this Li Qingshan was unreasonable, unable to be coerced, and difficult to measure. He was a smelly and hard rock blocking his way, and it seemed like it was going to grow bigger. However, his will was firm, and he had a well-thought-out plan. He wouldn't be frightened by such a small difficulty, no matter how many tricks one had. As long as one was still a demon king, there would be a limit. Fellow Taoist, fighting head-on like this won't do either of us any good. It will only increase the risk. Chuolong's voice turned gentle, dispersing the murderous aura between heaven and earth. If the Banyan Tree King hadn't lost his memory, he would definitely be extremely vigilant when he heard these words. What do you want now? Li Qingshan had a mocking expression. His tone changed really quickly. As expected, the stubborn were afraid of the stupid, and the stupid were afraid of the reckless. Chuolong said, I want to find a path that's good for you, me, and all living things in the world. Li Qingshan said. Oh, tell me about it. There are far too many problems involved in this. It can't be explained in a few words. It's best if we calm down and consider the pros and cons. We still need to meet and sit down to discuss this slowly. Do we have to go to your Dragon's Head Mountain to discuss this? Chuolong obviously hoped that Li Qingshan could come to Dragon's Head Mountain. He was completely confident that he could restrain Li Qingshan, but unfortunately, while Li Qingshan was a madman, he was not an idiot. On the 15th of the 10th month, when it snows, I will go to Jasper Palace to marry the Empress of Great Xia. Why don't you come and drink a cup of wine? We can discuss this clearly, whether it's war or peace. Sure. That'll depend on my mood. Li Qingshan waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. I await your arrival. Chuolong's voice echoed out before gradually dispersing. The feeling of being watched vanished. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin in thought. He clearly had not reached the level of a world god. The difficulty of refining the 9 provinces into a blessed land would definitely be no easier than becoming a god. Instead, it would definitely be more difficult. He definitely could not leave the Dragon Province right now. He could not even leave Dragon's Head Mountain. The restraints of the laws of the world could not be broken through that easily. The Hungry Ghost Realm had gone to great lengths to deal with little Anne, but all it had done was send a corpse emperor. He was a human emperor, so the restraints he faced were even greater. How could he do whatever he wanted so easily? However, that might not necessarily be the case in a few months. As for Jasper Palace, wasn't that the dwelling of the 9-tailed fox queen? Floating astronomy. Chapter 1300. Miao Demon Xianyue was most likely in Jasper Palace. That beautiful, noble, and powerful vixen had yet to marry Chuolong. He wondered what they were up to. Is the 9-tailed fox queen beautiful? Li Qingshan suddenly asked Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng was still dumbstruck. He was completely speechless after hearing their conversation. This was a contest between the 2 most powerful legends in the 9 states for thousands of years. They fought for the world and decided the fate of the world. He did not even have the right to comment, much less participate. He only came back to his senses when Li Qingshan asked. He praised, the most beautiful woman in the world. You've seen her before? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This title was too exaggerated. There were many beauties in the world. Spring flowers and autumn moons each had their own merits. Gu Yinying could be called the most beautiful woman in the small world, because she had the aura of a cultivator. She did not have the right in the 9 states, but he did not think there was any woman in the 9 states who could beat her. I haven't. Lu Chuanfeng rubbed his hands. But that's what everyone says. I see. Li Qingshan suddenly had the urge to kill his way into Jasper Palace and snatch the 9-tailed fox queen. He wanted to see Chuolong's expression. However, this thought was fleeting. He did not lack that vixen. There was no point in doing something like this just to attack his enemy. He needed to improve his cultivation. As long as he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of any schemes. He would definitely turn Chuolong's wedding upside down. He also had Deep Blue Fatty continue to devour rocks and soil. She did not stop even when facing off against Chuolong. Deep Blue Fatty was not affected by the hostility of the world at all. She ate with gusto. She could swallow a small mountain with every bite, and she became more and more obedient to Li Qingshan. As the saying went, another's hero is my enemy. He was the enemy of the 9 states. He was also the hero of the small world. He provided a lot of resources for the small world. Many more islands appeared on the vast sea of the small world, and they continued to grow. If the entire 9 prefectures were to be swallowed, it would definitely form a new continent. Let the small world grow to the same level as the 9 states, or even higher. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Go to the South Sea. Ah, the 9 states have become a battlefield. It's too dangerous. All right. Lu Chuanfeng listened obediently. Zhang Xian cupped his fists and took his leave. If the world was really destroyed, then following in his footsteps was undoubtedly the only way to survive. Rumble. The earth shook violently, as if a giant beast that was tens of thousands of times larger than the void-devouring beast was awakening, letting out muffled roars. All the mountain peaks were shaking, and some were even directly torn apart and collapsed. What a terrifying power. Even the tremors of the ox demon wouldn't have such power. Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. The feeling was abnormally strong. He remembered reading the news in his previous life that a magnitude 8 earthquake was equivalent to the power of 400 nuclear bombs. Fortunately, the will of the world was boundless, and the so-called hostility was just a subconscious reaction. Otherwise, killing him would be a piece of cake. The earthquake was not a coincidence. The void-devouring beast had swallowed billions of tons of earth and rock. Not only had it destroyed the geological structure, but the entire crust had also become fragile, gradually unable to suppress the magma and flames deep underground. And this was only because the Green Province's crust was thick. If it were the Mist Province, it would have been like the end of the world with erupting volcanoes and flowing magma. Was this what it felt like to destroy the world? Li Qingshan closed his eyes. His smile faded away. He suddenly radiated with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, condensing into a blackish-green statue behind him. It was blurry, terrifying, and sacred. The Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction showed signs of breaking through. Compared to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, this cultivation method was basically a stepchild. He had never cared too much about it, nor did he spend any time or effort on cultivating it. Ever since he no longer had to disguise his human identity, all cultivation methods were the same. It was the same for all cultivation methods. It was only because it could improve his overall strength that he persisted in changing cultivation methods. Actually, he had always found it strange. Cultivation methods often had exclusivity. It was not like the more cultivation methods one practiced, the more powerful they were. Instead, they interfered with one another. Every single transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine had its own cultivation method. Even with that being the case, the various transformations interfered with one another. However, it had never rejected his various human cultivation methods, from the innate method of practicing qi in the beginning to the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction now. It was like a natural blank space. He felt like there was a deep meaning behind it. He thought, now that I've reached the 4th layer with the ape demon's method of moon fishing, I can't break through again anytime soon. I can use this as a perfect opportunity to practice the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction. The Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction had always been born in an age of destruction. It contained the will of great destruction and great destruction. Only gods had the right to come into contact with such a will. It was just like how Gongyuan was affected by Ruin's end. If cultivators used this power, they would definitely suffer from cultivation deviation in the end. And not everyone had the opportunity to experience such a will. Li Qingshan had only seen the remains of a destroyed world and comprehended it slightly. To be honest, this comprehension was very shallow. Seeing a corpse was completely different from seeing a scene of murder. But in that moment, he gained an even deeper and greater comprehension, which was to personally destroy a world, surpassing the creator of the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction. The Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction began to make a qualitative breakthrough. He vaguely understood that if he could push this cultivation method to the limit, its power would not be any weaker than any of its current transformations. If it were not for his fortuitous encounter in space, it would have been impossible for him to comprehend this. If it were not for the space-devouring beast, even Li Qingshan would not be able to destroy a world. The legendary world of freedom wielded both creation and destruction. Unknowingly, Li Qingshan had also taken on this role, creating a miniature world as he destroyed the 9 provinces. The Extreme Emperor's destruction and the Extreme Emperor's restoration. Perhaps they've always been 2 sides of the same coin. Li Qingshan murmured to himself. The statue behind him became slightly clearer. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the benevolent and plump face of a giant Buddha that had been chiseled out of a mountain. Crack. The worshipping monks were taken aback. Only then did they feel the mountains tremble and the bell ring. Why is there an earthquake in the Green Province? The dauntless monk walked out of the grand hall. Buddhist light condensed in his eyes, and he unleashed the eye of the heaven. gazing towards the source of the earthquake. He immediately saw the mountainous, all-devouring space-devouring beast, as well as Li Qingshan on the space-devouring beast. The dauntless monk shuddered. He cried out involuntarily, "The world of freedom!" Others might not be able to recognize the blurry statue, but as an eminent monk of Buddhism, how could he not recognize it? This was a god with great abilities among Buddhism, standing at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, yet he persisted in opposing Buddhism, obstructing the Buddhist Dharma, and rebelling against Buddhism. As a result, he was also known as the World of Freedom Demon Lord. He was the greatest enemy of the Buddha, who carried the red flag, and opposed the red flag. Amitabha, just what sins has our Chan monastery of Devanaga committed? Chapter 1301. The so-called enemies of Buddha did not mean destroying a few temples and killing a few monks. Only by desecrating the Buddhist Dharma and destroying the foundation of Buddhism would it count. It had nothing to do with strength or weakness. Therefore, the enemies of Buddha usually had a deep connection with Buddhism. Some of them were even practitioners of Buddhism. This was the case for the white-bone Bodhisattva and the Mahasvara. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that even though the Buddha had boundless divine powers, he was unable to destroy it. This only demonstrated just how rare the enemy of Buddha was. Yet two had appeared consecutively now, and they were both disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Even with the dauntless monk's mental fortitude, he basically wanted to cry. The Mahasvara was obviously a Buddhist deity, but not a single temple would worship his idol. Moreover, all those who worshipped him were condemned as heretics and had to find ways to ban them. Naturally, Li Qingshan didn't believe in the Mahasvara. The indigo divine statues behind him were similar to the Seven Treasures Buddhist king's incarnation of the Seven Treasures Buddhas. They weren't real deities descending to the mortal world, but they possessed great power. However, the Seven Treasures monk king had to cultivate and worship for hundreds of years before he was able to condense the Seven Treasures Buddha incarnation. He, on the other hand, relied entirely on his chi to sense and transform into a demon with a single thought. It was certain that no matter if it was the Extreme Emperor's records of world destruction, or the Extreme Emperor's records of world destruction, this move did not exist. How could the despairing people of the apocalypse understand the true meaning of great destruction? In the end, they would only descend into madness. Anyone who had even a shred of reverence and faith in the great freedom, heavenly demon master, would not be able to display his might. After a long time, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and retracted his aura. The statue of a god dissipated, not knowing that he had also been labeled as the enemy of Buddha. As a result, when he arrived at the Chan monastery of Devanaga on the space-devouring beast, and saw the dauntless monk angrily berate the enemy of the Buddha, he rubbed his head in confusion. "Monk, have you gone mad? Enemy of Buddha is little n, okay? When did I become the enemy of Buddha? Is it contagious?" Li Qingshan even felt a little wronged. He had always respected Buddha, although he had killed monks and destroyed temples. Now you want to destroy the world, but you can't slander me like this. The alarms in the temple rang, and all the monks looked miserable, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Based on past experience, nothing good would come from the arrival of this person. The dauntless monk did not want to say anything more. He only felt like his heart had died. "If you enter the temple, I'll throw my life at you." "Yo, look at how ignorant you are. I won't listen to such words. Let's see what you have to fight me with." Li Qingshan had specially come to the Chan monastery of Devanaga, and that was with good intentions, yet he was actually turned away at the entrance. It was far too detestable. He crushed the entrance with a stomp and tried to force his way in. "Traitorous disciple, don't try to be unreasonable." The unraging monk rushed over in a hurry, blocking in front of Li Qingshan. "Master, I've already been expelled from the sect. I'm not even a layman disciple anymore." The unraging monk sighed. He was haggard, and his colossal body had thinned slightly too. Li Qingshan couldn't bear to see this. Forget it. There's nothing much to see in this monk temple anyway. I'm here for something important. Let's go. I'll treat you to a drink." The unraging monk grabbed his arm and took a step, arriving in a small town outside the mountain. The sky was hazy, and it began to drizzle. The town was deathly silent. Li Qingshan asked, "Little Anne?" The unraging monk shook his head. The hungry ghost realm. The tattered banner was soaked by the rain very soon. It hung down, and the two of them entered the small tavern that was filled with dust. Li Qingshan lifted up his bowl, and the unraging monk had already downed several bowls. He tasted it, but he discovered it was just water. Even without the hungry ghost realm, this tavern wouldn't be able to continue operating. This is no longer just adding alcohol to the water. It doesn't even taste like alcohol at all. It's water in the first place. I've already given up on alcohol. TSK, what are you acting like you're drinking water for? Li Qingshan placed down his bowl and said sternly, "The Chan monastery of Devanaga can't remain in the Green Province anymore." "Foe, what do you want?" Before the unraging monk could say anything, the dauntless monk's furious bellow rang out from outside, causing the entire room to fill with dust. "If you call me the foe of Buddha again, I'll really be the foe of Buddha this time." Li Qingshan stood up suddenly. Actually, he did not find the title of foe of Buddha to be anything special. It was just like how a cat was called a dog, or an ox was called a horse. He would never be happy. "Senior brother, why do you say Qingshan is the foe of Buddha?" The unraging monk was very confused too. "I personally saw the Great Freedom's avatar behind him. The Great Freedom Demon Lord." The unraging monk was stunned and in disbelief. The Demon Lord's Kitty-Garbo was different from gods and Buddhas. Even those who worshipped the Great Freedom Demon Lord could not condense an avatar like that. "What does Great Freedom have to do with me?" Only then did Li Qingshan confirm the name of the avatar, but he did not revere it at all. It just happened to coincide with their paths, which triggered a celestial resonance. He had been labeled as the foe of Buddha just like that. That was far too unfair. However, he had overlooked something. If he coincided with the Great Freedom Demon Lord's path, what else could he be other than the foe of Buddha? Although he had become a monk halfway through, he was basically even more righteous than Little N. The dauntless monk pointed at Li Qingshan furiously. "That's right. It's exactly this attitude that shows no respect at all. He's clearly the foe of Buddha." Li Qingshan was speechless. This was like someone who said they were not mentally ill, but they were definitely mentally ill. There was no way to discuss it. "Whatever. If he's the foe of Buddha, then so be it. I won't stoop to your level. The Green Province is about to be finished. I'd advise you to move away." As if to prove his words, the ground shook again, and the water in the bowl rippled. The dauntless monk roared furiously. "It's you!" Li Qingshan shrugged. "It's me." The destruction of the world, and the lives are plunged into misery and suffering. Do you know what kind of sin this is? This is war. It's always the innocent and weak who suffer first. However, I wasn't the one who started this war. Li Qingshan remained calm. Since he had made up his mind, there was no need for him to pretend to be compassionate anymore. Entrusting the fate of his women and children to the benevolence of the enemy was not something a man should do. No matter how many innocents he slaughtered, no matter how many sins he shouldered, it would never change. The dauntless monk was rendered speechless from anger. The unraging monk opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ended up sighing. Li Qingshan pointed at the bowl of water and said slowly, "The Buddha believes that a bowl of water contains 48,000 insects." This line of poetry was about how there were countless insects that were difficult to see with the naked eye in the water. Even drinking the water carried the sin of killing, which required chanting scriptures to expiate. Are all life equal, or are they not? Li Qingshan seemed like he was asking a question, but he also seemed like he was muttering to himself. If they were equal, then killing insects was no different from killing people. They were born with a body of heinous sin. If they were not equal, then the difference between mortals and immortals and Buddhas was probably even greater than the difference between insects and mortals. As a result, killing all life was as normal as drinking water. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk both possessed great wisdom, so they immediately understood what he was trying to say. They looked at one another, and there was only one word in their eyes. Enemies of the Buddha. This was questioning the Buddhist Dharma from the very foundation, slandering the Buddhist Dharma. Li Qingshan drank all the water in the bowl and smiled. I'll call you master one more time. Our fate as master and disciple has come to an end. P.S. I bow and thank the new alliance leader of student ENK_Glacier Burial. I hope you can keep up the good work and reach new heights. Haha. Chapter 1302. With a thump, Li Qingshan tore through the air and took off. The unraging monk stared at the empty bowl on the table and remained silent for a very long time. Once upon a time, he had hoped to change Li Qingshan to lead him onto the orthodox path of Buddhism so that he could inherit his legacy. In a daze, so many years had passed. Only then did he discover that Li Qingshan had never changed. He had only become stronger and stronger. However, he was the unraging monk after all. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner. Senior brother, you accept a foe of Buddha, and I accept a foe of Buddha. You can say, we're going through thick and thin together. The dauntless monk shot a vicious glance at him, and also smiled bitterly. Both of them had their own beliefs. What Li Qingshan wanted to do definitely could not be tolerated by Buddhism, which added the title of foe of Buddha to him. Maintaining a master-disciple relationship like this would only hinder the unraging monk's cultivation, so he might as well just cut it off. Rumble! A bolt of lightning split the air and struck him. Li Qingshan could sense the hostility of the world grow stronger. Even cultivators would tremble in fear when faced with the obscure will of heaven. But when he recalled the situation in the miniature world, he became even more filled with lofty sentiments. Fighting against the heavens and pitting one's life against fate was an endless joy. He returned to Deep Blue's little fatty's back and continued devouring. He had already carved out a great valley outside the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Before long, this place would not just be affected by the aftershocks. It would probably become the epicenter of the quakes. Li Qingshan thought of something. He brought his fingers together like a sword and pointed at the cliff face in the distance. A horizontal stroke, a vertical stroke, a hook. In the end, he even drew a circle. After studying it carefully, he nodded in satisfaction and rode off on the space-devouring beast while laughing aloud. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk returned to the monastery. From afar, they saw a huge word that spanned several hundred meters across on the cliff face. Demolish. There was even a twisted circle around the word demolish. The dauntless monk was utterly furious. But as he gazed at the great valley outside, and sensed the earthquakes that became more and more frequent, he had already decided to listen to Li Qingshan's suggestion and leave the Green Province, a place of trouble. Devouring, digesting, and destroying, the space-devouring beast rampaged through the barren land. In this apocalypse that he personally created, Li Qingshan could sense the will of great destruction and great destruction even more deeply. His ultimate king's record of world destruction progressed with each passing day. Gong Yuan also said goodbye to him, returning to the ocean abyss to consolidate her gains from these past few days, so that she could convert them into cultivation and reach the next level. They were not men and women of the mundane world. It was impossible for them to be together day and night. On the vast sea, white clouds and gray dogs, time always passed extremely quickly during cultivation. Li Qingshan suddenly had an idea. He felt a trace of uneasiness, so he opened his eyes and stood up, feeling a little puzzled. That was because that uneasiness did not originate from himself, but from another source. As a result, he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. He calmed his heart and began to deduce. Spirit turtles were born with the ability to prophesy. After forming a world within their bodies, this ability increased as well. Before long, they grasped an opportunity. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell. It was shrouded in mist, and countless sceneries flashed past, but they were indistinct and impossible to see clearly. As the saying went, the heavenly secrets were unfathomable. Even a true spirit turtle could not divine everything, let alone a dabbler like him. Without any information at all, it was very difficult for him to obtain any accurate results. Only when it concerned his own life or death would he be able to sense things more accurately. He calmed himself down and slowly swept his right hand across the mirror image. He parted the thick mist, and a beautiful face appeared. Hai Tang. Li Qingshan gazed at the beautiful face. Not only had it not been corroded by time, but it was even more beautiful than before. A pair of eyes that resembled peach blossoms stared at him through the mirror. That was obviously impossible. It was impossible for her to see him. The mirror image was only a product of the heavenly secrets. However, the feeling was so strong that it was like they were separated by a layer of glass. Suddenly, he understood that she was thinking of him. Otherwise, he would not have felt this at all. Although many things had happened between them, their fate was not actually that deep. It was not like his relationship with Gu Yinying, where they fell in love at first sight. It was also not like his relationship with Han Qiongji, where they entered an engagement when they were still insignificant. Even Gong Yuan, whom he had met very late, could dual cultivate with. They had even fought side by side many times, going through trials of life and death. The reason why he could sense something this time was basically all because of her unrequited love and the red thread that connected them. Unlike in his memories, there was no bitterness in her expression. Instead, there was a sense of tranquility and indifference, so clear that it was almost transparent. She did not seem like a pitiful woman who was infatuated with love at all. Instead, she seemed like an enlightened monk. She did not speak of parting, did not speak of haggard, only of longing. Even he was moved. The mirror image rippled as well. Only when he composed himself in a hurry did the ripples settle down. With my current mental fortitude, I'm still focusing on the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. Yet my mind has actually been shaken. That's unbelievable. Her love was so deep, to this extent. Is this what they mean by sincerity can move metal and rock? Even merfolk who were infatuated with love could not be so stubborn. It was not like she was a mortal woman, unable to live without a man. There was clearly a much vaster and higher path ahead of her. So why did she have to be trapped by love? Han Qiongji had once stated that she liked his courageous, diligent, and unfettered appearance. This was also the reason why he admired Gu Yinying. This was the mainstream ideology of the cultivation community. Even if they were to become partners of cultivation, the path still came first. A woman like Begonia was truly an anomaly among cultivators. Although he claimed to have a harem, that was only because he wanted to break free from his inhibitions and pursue freedom. From a certain perspective, it was also for the path of the ape demon. It was impossible for him to really place all the women he knew in a palace. They all had their own paths and pursuits. And now that a great battle was imminent, cultivation still came first. Otherwise, if he was defeated, he would not even be able to keep his life. So what was the point of having a harem? Recently, he had basically devoted all of his attention to the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction. He did not even have the time to control his clone, much less find women. Since he had sensed something now, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and took off into the air. He sensed slightly and knew she was in the west. Although he did not have a precise location, there was clearly a fortuitous encounter guiding him. He flew across the ocean and returned to the 9 provinces. He passed through the Mist province and entered the Thunder province. The terrain suddenly rose up, turning into a majestic plateau. Mountains rose and fell covered in white snow. The clouds rose and fell, holy and tranquil. The scenery was pleasant. Li Qingshan sensed that the magnetic field here was abnormally chaotic. When the clouds accumulated to a certain level, they would trigger lightning and thunder, which was extraordinarily violent. Many of the lightning bolts did not descend from the sky, but rose up from the ground. They danced wildly like snakes, connecting the sky and the earth in a magnificent and glorious manner. I'm currently plagued by misfortune. Coming here is basically asking for a lightning strike. Hold on. Don't tell me this place is also influenced by the will of the heavens, trying to put me in danger? Chapter 1303. The heavenly secrets were profound and unfathomable. They were clearly unconscious, yet they could trigger fortuitous encounters and lay down fatal traps. They were more powerful than any schemer. They could even fool the minds of cultivators, making them either foolish or insane, walking into death step by step without even knowing it. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan possessed the spirit turtle's bloodline, he probably would not have thought of something like that. I don't fear the will of the heavens, but the most important thing right now is to find Haitang. I might as well keep a low profile and avoid trouble like the spirit turtle. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and withdrew all of his demon qi. His face turned back to human. When he opened his eyes again, his scarlet pupils had turned black as well. His expression was tranquil and indifferent. It was not just his aura. Even his sense of existence had weakened. If he did not pay attention to it intentionally, he might even be overlooked. Wind surged and clouds surged in the sky. The clouds surged, bringing with them a torrential rain and thunder. Li Qingshan smiled and leapt up gently, merging with the torrential rain. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning passed by him and shattered a huge boulder. While the rubble was still flying through the air, another string of lightning fell, illuminating the surroundings. What a heavenly will! Li Qingshan swam through the pitch-black rain like a spirit turtle in the deep sea. Almost half of the lightning bolts were greeting him. Even if 10 great cultivators worked together, they would not be this powerful. This was the might of the world. However, not a single bolt of lightning could hit him. It was as if even the mysterious will of the heavens could not lock onto him right now, allowing him to move freely through the pool of lightning. Haha, what can the will of the heavens do to me? Li Qingshan smiled. A bolt of lightning beside him suddenly twisted and struck his face. He grinned. It did not hurt, but it was rather awkward. Fortunately, there was no one around. Just his current mental state was not the spirit turtle's. He had accidentally leaked his aura. When he passed through the thunderstorm and found that thread of fate, he headed into the depths of the Thunder Province. He passed through several thousand mountains and several hundred rivers before encountering a few more thunderstorms. Suddenly, he saw a glorious mountain city, like a torch rising in the darkness. It burned to the ends of the world. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. She was there. The mountain city was more than 10,000 feet tall, and 3 characters were carved on the city gate. City of 10,000 Buddha. Such arrogance. Li Qingshan gazed around. The Buddha statues he had seen in the Chan monastery of Devanaga earlier were actually everywhere here. Apart from the pavilions, terraces and palaces, the entire mountain city was filled with Buddha statues of various sizes. Not just 10,000 but hundreds of millions. Not even the Lingua temple could compare to the dense Buddhist light that gathered in the mountain. But what is Haitang doing here? Could it be that she has converted to Buddhism? Alright, I've just ascended to the throne of Buddha, and now I've come to a den of thieves. The city gate was open, as if it was waiting for him. Who is it? A low shout came from the city gate. The other guards were also alarmed. They only relaxed when they saw that there was no one in front of the city gate. Who are you talking about? Don't make a fuss. Could it be that I'm seeing things? I clearly saw. That's enough. You must be seeing things. In this kind of weather, even cultivators would not casually go out. Besides, so what if there were people? Are they supposed to come to the city and wreak havoc? This is the city of myriad Buddhas of Shiliang. Coming in here is basically walking into a trap. Look at the sky. It's going to thunder again. Let's prepare to cultivate with the thunder. Before they knew it, the dark clouds had descended upon the city, drowning even the royal palace on the mountain. However, not a single drop of rain fell. It was as if something was brewing. A guard suddenly suppressed his voice. I heard that a foe of Buddha has appeared in the Green Province. She was originally the princess of the Chu Kingdom of the Green Province, but she's resurrected somehow. She's taken over the capital of the Scarlet Province and slaughtered everyone in the city. All the guards felt chills down their spines. A monster seemed to be lurking in the dark clouds, staring at them. The Thunder Province had always revered the Buddhist Dharma. Basically everyone worshipped the Buddha. Even the king of Shiliang had been founded by monks. Did that not make him the greatest target of the foe of Buddha? Boom! The rumble of thunder gave everyone a fright. Returning to their senses, they all cursed the guard. Only when they changed the topic and talked about women did the terrifying atmosphere ease up. Ehe, when do you think the prince will be able to bring a beauty home? I think it's going to be soon. The prince has reincarnated 7 times, gone through 3 heavenly tribulations, and is infatuated with Headmaster Chiu. Even a rock should be melted by now. High up in the mountain city, in an exquisite pavilion with a different style from other buildings, a woman was lying lazily in a tent. Her heart was throbbing inexplicably, or rather, when that name was once again circulating in her ears, the throbbing never subsided. Do you still remember me? Maybe you don't. That's okay, as long as I remember you, she muttered to herself. A smile floated on her red lips. She was as beautiful as a flower. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Headmaster, that Prince Songyang is here again. I think he wrote a new love poem? Yes, I know. Ask him to wait. A moment later, the tent rose. The woman did not bother to dress up. She casually put on a long robe and walked out of the boudoir. The pavilion was filled with singing and dancing. The sound of music could only serve as a foil to the laughter. It was a noisy scene of the mortal world. As her figure appeared, the laughter suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were attracted to her, regardless of gender or age. But the one with the brightest eyes was a monk. He was wearing a red monk robe. His hair was short and neat, but it was not shaved like the monks of the Middle Earth. It did not affect his handsome appearance at all. Instead, it gave him a solemn and holy temperament. The women in the pavilion looked at him with passionate eyes. The men were very respectful and bowed to him from afar. But he was unmoved. When the woman appeared, he immediately came forward, put his palms together and bowed. Hai Tang, you are getting more and more beautiful. His eyes were sincere without lust. He did not hide the admiration in his heart, and did not care about other people's eyes. Begonia said, Your Highness is too kind. I don't deserve it. May I know what brings you here? I wrote another poem for you, Begonia interrupted him. Your Highness, thank you for your kind intentions, but you should know my origins. But you should know my background, and you should also know who my man is, right? I obviously know about Li Qingshan, but how can a heartless person like him be your man? What the hell? Even monks are trying to steal my woman, and they're acting like they're infatuated. And the onlookers are all reasonable. There are actually quite a few monks among them. Don't tell me the city of myriad Buddhas is actually the home of perverted monks? Li Qingshan cursed and sighed. Ever since he arrived in the city, he had locked onto Begonia's presence. He happened to hear the disturbance. However, he did not know that the Buddhism of the Thunder Province was a tantric sect. Even monks were forbidden from marrying, which was why they could establish the kingdom of Shiliang. And it was similar to savage places like the Mist Province and the Shuang Province. The people here were very open and bold. Not only was public courtship not a bad thing, but it was even a good story. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1304. It's fine if you're an ordinary cultivator, but I'm half a Buddhist disciple, so I'm called Brother Buddha. Watch me use my supernatural power and protect the Dharma to destroy your lust nest. With a thought, the heavenly secret was sensed and thunder roared. The blazing white lightning was like a divine dragon, passing through the sea of clouds and illuminating the corner of his mouth, revealing half of his fangs. The wind chimes on the eaves tinkled, and the rain fell on the bluestone street. In an instant, it was raining heavily, and the world was dark. Li Qingshan's killing intent was born. So he simply opened his chest and let the rain wash over him. It was already late at night, and there were not many people on the street. The heavy rain washed away everything, leaving him alone. There were Buddhist shrines and statues everywhere on both sides. There were also Vajra protectors, arhats exorcising demons, and all kinds of unknown gods and monsters. The style was very different from the temples in Qingzhou. There was a strange and inhuman feeling, as if they were all silently watching him. There was a terrifying ferocity in the flashing lightning. A white-haired old woman was chanting scriptures under the eaves, when she suddenly saw a figure coming from the foot of the mountain. He walked very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of her. She could not help but widen her eyes. The person smiled at her, revealing his white teeth. She trembled, and the chill went deep into her bones. In the blink of an eye, the figure had disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. But that smile had been deeply imprinted in her heart, reminding her of all the glorious statues of demons and monsters she had seen. But none of them were as vivid as that ordinary human face. It was like a demon king walking out of a nightmare, resisting and subduing, laughing at the Dharma, and breaking the Buddhist kingdom. She turned the scriptures quickly, and her mouth kept chanting, unable to hide her fear. In the brightly lit building, everyone was watching attentively. They did not even have time to care about the rain and thunder. Anyway, they were already used to it. With the protection of the thunderous formation, no lightning would fall into the city, and it would not be as exciting as the scene in front of them. This Master Chiu actually said that she had a man. Obviously, she did not intend to accept Prince Songyang's affection. It was really shocking. Prince Songyang did not disappoint them. He immediately said the name of Li Qingshan. Not only was he not afraid, but he also showed his determination. He was indeed the monk of 7 lives of love. Begonia sighed softly. Since he had said it out loud, there was no longer any room for negotiation. Thunder Prefecture was no longer a suitable place to stay. He might as well say it out loud. Does the prince really have feelings for her? Prince Songyang smiled. If Haiding doesn't believe me, you can ask everyone here. Ask everyone in the city. Even a 3-year-old child would know the name of the monk of 7 lifetimes of passion. The Great Wheel Temple of Lijo worshipped the Saint King of Chakravarti. Their disciples did not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. When their lifespan was about to come to an end, they would condense their psyche into a tiny bit of true spirit and place it into the body of a newborn, turning it into a spirit child. Although it was impossible to retain all the experience and memories, however, they were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. If one life was not enough, they would be reincarnated again. It was called Little Samsara. With this continuous accumulation, as long as they did not fall along the way, everyone had the chance to become a Buddha. These people were known as living Buddhas. After countless years of accumulation, the number of reincarnated living Buddhas in Thunder Province was simply innumerable. This was the true meaning of the city of myriad Buddhas. This Prince Songyang had cultivated for 7 lifetimes, and each of his lifetimes was filled with lingering experiences. Moreover, he was handsome and had a brilliant literary talent. He was the dream lover of all the women in Thunder Province. His love poems were sung everywhere, so he was known as the monk of 7 lifetimes of passion. Asking him if he had feelings was like asking a monk if he had Buddha in his heart. Many people jeered. If the prince was heartless, then there would be no more lovers in the world. Begonia said, I am not asking anyone else, I am only asking you. Prince Songyang was slightly moved and smiled warmly. Indeed, you are the woman who understands me the best. The feelings of a cultivator are naturally different from worldly feelings, but they are even better than worldly feelings. If you can become my partner, you will be the queen of Xiliang Kingdom in the future, and I swear that I will never marry another woman. These words made the people in the building gasp. The women were full of envy and unwillingness, but the men were moved by the power. Prince Songyang had reincarnated for 7 lifetimes. In his 6th lifetime, he even became the host of the Great Wheel Temple and could almost ascend to heaven. In his 7th lifetime, he chose a prince as his spirit child. Not only would he ascend to the throne, he would also continue to host the Great Wheel Temple. He would have unparalleled power and could be said to be the first person in Thunder Province. Begonia only needed to nod her head, and she would be above everyone else. With the support of the Great Wheel Temple and the entire Xiliang Kingdom, it would not be difficult to go through the 3rd heaven's trial. It was like ascending to heaven in a single bound. Not to mention women, even men would not be able to refuse such conditions. Prince Songyang ignored the reactions of the people around him and stared at Begonia affectionately. Haidang, does this prove my feelings? Perhaps my feelings are not perfect, but I am confident that it is better than Li Qingshan's half-hearted feelings. I am afraid that he has already forgotten about you. Outside the building, there was a surge of people. Even if it was a storm, it could not stop the enthusiasm of the crowd. The building was completely surrounded. Li Qingshan quietly came to the outside of the building and hid in the crowd. When he heard this, he was furious. this bastard bald donkey. It's fine if he wants to poach me, but he also wants to step on me to ascend to the throne. Prince Songyang's conditions were indeed excellent, but he was not worried that Begonia would accept it. If she changed her mind so easily, then he would not have come to Lizhou at all. In the beginning, they would not have been so involved, and they would have missed each other in the vast sea of people. Yes, he may have forgotten about me. There have always been a lot of women around him, and it is true that he is half-hearted. No, maybe he has never valued love so much. Begonia mercilessly criticized Li Qingshan. He was simply a scumbag among scumbags. Everyone felt that leaving such a man was simply doing justice on behalf of heaven. Li Qingshan's face darkened, but he had to admit that she did not wrongly accuse him. He could hear the deep feelings in her words, so he listened quietly. A smile appeared on Prince Songyang's face. His persistence for a few years had finally paid off. A few years might be a long time for mortals, but for him who had reincarnation of the seventh reincarnation, it was nothing. There were not many female cultivators to begin with, and those who could reach such a cultivation level were even rarer. Moreover, she was born with beauty and peerless elegance. She also cultivated the bewitching technique, which further enhanced her beauty to the extreme. As long as he had her, he would not put ordinary women in his eyes. It would be of great benefit to his cultivation of the great happiness dhyana. Tantric Buddhism was regarded as an outside path by other sects, and this great happiness dhyana was close to the demonic path. Only those with great wisdom and perseverance could cultivate it. In the midst of love and desire, one would understand the Buddhist principle that sex is emptiness, emptiness is sex. In the end, one must transcend, but he felt that he had a clear conscience. This was also of great benefit to Begonia. If she could break free of sex and convert to Buddhism, it would be even more beneficial, and she would be his natural Taoist companion. Begonia finished in one breath, paused, and suddenly changed the topic. But what does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with you? Prince Songyang was stunned. Begonia said, "Why must you calculate the pros and cons, and why must there be a return? I am in love with him, but that is my own business. Don't tell me that if Buddha does not give you benefits, your highness will not believe it?" Prince Songyang was sullen. How can a mere evildoer be compared to Buddha? Why is your highness confused? I am not talking about Li Qingshan, but love. In my heart, love is more important than Buddha. But even if Li Qingshan is wrong, he has never asked me for anything in return, and he does not owe me anything. Besides, he is very strong. Your highness, I am grateful for your care all these years. I really do not want you to be involved in this. I will take my leave now. Begonia bowed and turned back to her room. Both inside and outside the building were silent. As people of Lizhou, nothing was more important than Buddha. They could not accept this statement, but they were moved. Wait, where are you going? Prince Songyang felt that he was losing something very important, and his heart was empty. Naturally, I am going to find him. Begonia looked back and smiled, without any regrets. Prince Songyang was even more reluctant, and could not help but say, "He is the enemy of Xia Kingdom, the enemy of Renhuang. He will not live for long." So what? Begonia was surprised. She did not think that this was a big deal, but considering the thoughts of ordinary people, she thoughtfully said, "Well, that is why your highness dares to be so persistent, not afraid of offending him. Why do you say this? I have already expressed my love to you a few years ago." Prince Songyang angrily said, but he was somewhat guilty, because at that time, he first confirmed that Li Qingshan was exiled from 9 regions, but he did not expect him to come back. No one was willing to provoke a strong enemy. Qiu Haidang didn't pursue the matter further. "All right, don't be angry. If your highness can accompany me and explain these words to him, even if I have wronged you, I will definitely apologize to you." "You are sending me to my death." How could Prince Songyang agree to that? Li Qingshan had slain the corpse emperor and destroyed the Lingua temple. Just how terrifying was his strength? Just how violent was his personality? Even the turtle dragon was unable to do anything to him for a moment. If he went to him and said that he liked his woman, wouldn't that be like eating arsenic? He was tired of living? Begonia smiled slightly, I will plead for your highness. He will not die. He is actually not as terrible as the rumors say. If I were you, I would definitely go even if I have to die. As long as I can make the one I love believe in my love, and remember my face. So what if my soul is scattered and scattered? Her body seemed to glow with invisible light, attracting everyone's eyes. But people could not look at her directly. There was a kind of inconceivable feeling. Mortals lightly talked about life and death, mostly because of a momentary emotion, and it was just a few decades of life. For cultivators, it was hundreds or thousands of years of freedom. Moreover, they would stay young, not be tortured by illness, and have the opportunity to become an immortal. If they were killed, their soul might scatter, and they would not even have the chance to reincarnate. As a cultivator who pursued longevity, it was really shocking for her to say such words. Prince Songyang's complexion changed several times. This time, not only could he not get her, even the title of Monk of 7 Lives of Love would be greatly damaged. His wisdom, cultivation, and status were all much higher than hers, but in terms of the word love, he was far inferior. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. Well, this woman is getting crazier and crazier. Previously, she was just a young girl infatuated with literature and art, but now she is almost a saint of love. But I like it. To be continued. Chapter 1305. The wind and rain were gloomy, the lights were dim, and the thunder stopped temporarily. Qiu Haitang raised her head slightly, giving off a dignified feeling. Prince Songyang sighed. Ba, I understand, but I only have one request. Begonia smiled. Prince, please say it. Please don't put yourself in danger. I will do my best to protect you. Prince Songyang looked very sincere, and did not give up because of her refusal. As long as she stayed in Thunder State, one day he would be able to touch her heart. Begonia kept smiling. Prince Songyang, thank you for your kindness, but this is my own path, and I have to walk it myself. Maybe you are Ananda, but I am not a modern woman. Prince Songyang was stunned. This was the story that he had been thinking about, but he had never mentioned it to anyone. How did she know? Ananda was one of the 10 disciples of Buddha. His face was like a full moon, and his eyes were like lotus flowers. He was loved by the modern woman, and tried to marry him, which almost made Ananda break the precepts. Later, he was enlightened by Buddha and became a monk. It could be said that everyone was happy. In his heart, the infatuated Begonia was similar to the modern woman, and he was certainly the venerable Ananda. Well, since this is your choice, how can I stop you? When you set off, please let me send you. Of course. In the crowd, Li Qingshan smiled and looked gentle, which was very different from when he went up the mountain. He thought, I wanted to destroy this sex den, but this monk doesn't seem to be a big evil person. It's normal for him to like a beauty. I am not so stingy, so I will let you go. It could be seen that the Buddha and the devil were only separated by a thought. Begonia's true love had indeed enlightened him, and saved the city of Buddha from a great disaster. He was about to walk out of the crowd and hold her in his arms. Suddenly, he felt 3 breaths approaching quickly. There were human cultivators, powerful monster kings, and a Buddhist monk king, and these 3 breaths were somewhat familiar. Hey, have my whereabouts been discovered? In the blink of an eye, 3 people were in front of the building. Headmaster Qiu, long time no see. The leader was a sinister and handsome young man. He wore a crown prince's dragon robe, and was exceptionally eye-catching. He walked into the building, ignoring Li Qingshan who was in the crowd. Prince Si Qing. Begonia frowned slightly. She knew that Si Qing had a deep grievance with Li Qingshan. Back in the Rui commandery of the Green Province, his subordinate Yi Dan had wanted to take her by force. In the end, he had died to Li Qingshan's hands. Long time no see. You are even more beautiful. No wonder Prince Songyang is so moved. Si Qing's every word was filled with malice. He was sent to Lizhou to make the Xiliang kingdom completely surrender to the Xia kingdom. This seemed glorious, but in fact, it was something that only the last crown prince would do. For the past few days, he had been living in the prince's mansion of Xiliang on the top of the mountain. When he heard the noises in the city at night, he felt even more agitated, until he heard the three unforgettable words, Li Qingshan. New and old hatred surged in his heart, and he could not hold it in any longer. It tore through the air. Your Highness, so you're acquainted with Haitang. Prince Songyang stepped forward and bowed. He stood in front of Si Qing. He had already investigated the various experiences of Begonia, so he naturally knew about the grievances and entanglements. Si Qing glanced at him. He knew that his identity was special, and his strength was not below his own. He was the key person in this mission, so it was not good to fall out with him. Junior brother Songyang, you are the Monk King. How can you be so wild, and come to this filthy place? A low voice that sounded like a great bell was heard, overshadowing the rolling thunder. The left master put his palms together, and stood outside the building. It was obvious that he was unwilling to enter this filthy place. Si Qing was only the representative of the Xia kingdom, and the Xiliang kingdom revered Buddhism. The left master, the supreme of Buddhism in the 9 states, was the core figure of the mission. Prince Songyang's ears were buzzing, as if he was bearing the weight of thousands of kilograms. He could only try his best to hold on, so how could he speak? As a Buddhist, the left master reprimanded him according to the Buddhist precepts. It was completely fair and square, and could not be refuted. Master, don't talk nonsense. Our sect is also a sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. How can you say that it's a filthy place? Begonia's face was filled with anger. Whether it was the big or small formula, or the rouge mind dyeing method, they all needed to be honed in the mortal world. This was their cultivation method. It's a strong rouge horse. I really want to ride it. Prince Songyang, I didn't want to meddle in this matter, but since this woman said this name, I must fulfill your wish. If you don't succeed, I'm afraid I'll take it away from you. The Frost Wolf King crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame. He looked at Begonia from head to toe without hiding it. His tone was cold, and his hatred was even more obvious than Si Qing's. Li Qingshan made a trip to Shuangzhou. Not only did he help Gu Yinying take away the rock feather that he had been planning for many years, but he also beat him up and took away his Shuangzhou cauldron and the wolf totem, as well as a wolf fang necklace that looked like a sumaru ring. It was almost all of his savings. This deep hatred was like a mountain and a sea. The more barren a place was, the more powerful the demon clan was. It was the same in Thunder State. Other than the Shiliang Palace and the Big Wheel Temple, the demon clan was also a big force. The Frost Wolf King and the Thunder State Demon King were old acquaintances, so he was also in the envoy group. All 3 of them had a blood feud with Li Qingshan. Because of all kinds of coincidences, they came to the city of Buddha and heard the name Li Qingshan, which led to a disaster. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating everyone's face. Everyone's expression changed. In the crowd, Li Qingshan was shocked. Don't tell me this is the legendary luxurious gift bag? Heavens, I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. The Frost Wolf King felt a little uneasy with his strong instinct. He carefully sensed it, but it seemed to be an illusion. Then he focused his eyes on Begonia. Based on his identity, it was not appropriate for him to take revenge like this. But since he encountered it, he would not let it go easily. Li Qingshan, no matter how strong you are, you can't protect your woman now. But the lightning in Thunder State is really fierce. Li Qingshan also felt the heaviness and terror of the will of heaven. If the spirit turtle did not sense it, he would not only have to face these 3 enemies, but also Prince Songyang, the entire prince's mansion of Shiliang, and the Big Wheel Temple of Tantra, if he wanted to take Qiu Haitang away. At that time, when the mountain guarding formation was opened, the rolling thunder would strike down. At the same time, he had to protect Begonia. Even if he had unparalleled supernatural power, he would still be in danger of failing. This was the beauty of the spiritual turtle transformation. It was indeed the spiritual turtle suppresses the sea. But it was okay to be a spiritual turtle, but not a tortoise. Li Qingshan did not roar and step out of the crowd. Instead, he quietly squeezed out of the crowd and approached the defenseless left master. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1306. The torrential rain poured down. Li Qingshan was like a tiger in the forest, creeping forward silently. The left imperial preceptor's body glowed with a faint golden light, faintly turning into a golden bell that repelled the rain 3 feet away. Prince Songyang was suppressed by the aura and didn't know what to do. The arrival of the Taizu Emperor meant that the Thunder State had to surrender. He couldn't deal with the 3 of them, be it in terms of status or strength. Even if he could do anything, no one would offend the Skyfrost Wolf King, Xiqing Crown Prince, and the great Xia dynasty behind them for a woman. Begonia's face was as calm as water, but she was fearless. She looked at the red ring on her wrist. Was everything really destined? At this moment, Li Qingshan walked out of the crowd. The left imperial preceptor suddenly shivered. A chill ran down his spine and straight to his head. Prince Songyang was stunned for a moment as he looked at the man walking out of the rain. He looked like an ordinary drop of water that would melt into the rain at any time. He had a strange feeling that if he didn't focus on him, he would completely ignore his existence. Begonia also noticed the man walking out of the crowd and couldn't help but be stunned. Her peach blossom eyes were immediately covered with a layer of mist, becoming more and more misty. Her red lips moved as if she had thousands of words to say. A majestic bolt of lightning struck the building. The lightning tore through the darkness and was as bright as day. Boom! The thunder roared and the earth shook. The left imperial preceptor turned around and asked, "You are?" "Damn you!" Li Qingshan threw a punch. The left imperial preceptor's vision darkened. The iron fist filled his vision and blocked the heaven and earth. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It was difficult to dodge and impossible to resist. "Demon, how dare you!" With a roar, layers of golden light burst out from his body. Like an endless tide on the coastline, he instantly pushed his 1,000-year cultivation to the extreme. The big red embroidered golden kasaya on his body suddenly swelled like an indestructible seawall. It was the treasure of the Lingua Temple. The iron fist broke through the layers of golden light. As soon as it came into contact with the kasaya, it immediately shattered like a butterfly and gently imprinted on the left imperial preceptor's back. Li Qingshan retracted his fist and ignored him. He threw his head back and let out a long howl. Demonic chi soared into the sky, scattering the rain and tearing the dark clouds apart as he pounced toward the Skyfrost Wolf King. His eyes turned crimson like a tiger. Li Qingshan, the Skyfrost Wolf King, had just reacted to the situation. When he met those crimson eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare. His mind surged, and his aura was seized. He was unable to control himself. Why was he here? In an instant, he felt as if he had returned to thousands of years ago, when he was still a wild wolf. Facing a ferocious tiger on the hunt, he was just the unlucky prey. He couldn't help but want to retreat. "I can't retreat. If I take even half a step back today, I will definitely die." He bared his fangs and howled as he pounced on Li Qingshan. It emitted a chilling aura. Everything was covered in a layer of white frost. Wolf and tiger, frost and fire, fangs and claws. The 2 monster kings were like 2 wild beasts pouncing on each other. The tiger stripes formed a king character on Li Qingshan's body. He unleashed the tiger demon's fury, unleashing a violent aura that dispersed the layers of frost. As the acquired demon, he unleashed a will that could destroy everything. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. A thought suddenly appeared in the Skyfrost Wolf King's mind. "I've lost." They had not even truly clashed, but their wills had already clashed countless times, defeating him countless times until he was completely subdued. This was no longer a clash between 2 ferocious beasts. Instead, it was an unlucky prey facing a terrifying predator. Even the thought of resisting had been crushed. With his mind stolen, his aura scattered, and Li Qingshan reached out and collapsed. He grabbed the Skyfrost Wolf King's neck with his left hand and plunged his right into his chest. He dug out a frosty white demon core and suppressed it with the spirit turtle. In just a single exchange, the renowned 10 Demon King, the Skyfrost Wolf King, had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Li Qingshan. Let alone escape, he could not even detonate his demon core. It was truly a fate worse than death. The Skyfrost Wolf King was filled with fear. Impossible. How can my will, which has been tempered by hardship, be so fragile? I can't even defeat a guy who's not even a fraction of his age. As if he could hear his thoughts, Li Qingshan tossed him onto the ground and stepped on him. He sneered. That's because you're not a wolf. You're just a dog. Even that piece of trash over there is more of a wolf than you are. Si Qing, who had been referred to as trash, had the weakest cultivation and the slowest reactions. He only moved when Li Qingshan clashed with the Skyfrost Wolf King. He did not charge towards Li Qingshan, nor did he flee. Instead, he lunged towards Begonia. Only by capturing her as a hostage would he have a chance at survival. Begonia was only at the second heavenly tribulation. She was definitely not his opponent. Assimilate. Li Qingshan spread his fingers and bellowed. Si Qing froze in the air, completely immobilized like an insect in amber. Begonia's beautiful face was already very close to him, but she couldn't get any closer. She made up her mind and detonated her nascent soul. Li Qingshan, I'll kill this woman even if I have to die. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Destroy. Li Qingshan clenched his fist, and the air trembled. Si Qing was pulverized, and even his nascent soul was completely destroyed. Even Gong Yuan had to admit that she wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from Li Qingshan. With such a huge difference in power, it was impossible for him to die with her. The lightning falling from the sky was blocked by the formation of the city of Buddha. Everyone inside and outside the building felt as if the lightning had exploded above their heads, and they all fell to the ground. In an instant, Li Qingshan had blasted the state teacher, defeated the Wolf King, and killed Si Qing. The sound of thunder lingered in the air, but it hadn't completely disappeared yet. The Skyfrost Wolf King knew that his life was in danger, and he roared with indignation. Li Qingshan, kill me if you want. How dare you humiliate me? Humiliate you? Ha! I'm not as senseless as you. Wolves and dogs are the same family, and their bloodlines are the same. They are wolves that run in the wilderness, and dogs that are domesticated and watch over people's homes. I've seen many monster kings, but it's rare to see someone as stupid and useless as you. If it weren't for the fact that you think I can't do anything to you, just because you have the Chua dragon, how would you dare to bark here? Li Qingshan's words were sharp, and he stomped hard on the Wolf King. The Skyfrost Wolf King spat out a mouthful of blood, and he could no longer maintain his human form. He reverted to his original form, and lay on the ground like a dead dog. Foe of Buddha despicable. The left imperial preceptor's face was as pale as paper. He stood outside the building with his palms together, and the torrential rain poured down on him. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and it was immediately washed away by the rain. Bald donkey, this is how you plotted against my little land, isn't it? Do you know the cycle of karma and retribution now? As a senior monk of the Buddhist sect, how could you watch these two pieces of trash bully an innocent girl? Not only did you not stop them, you even helped them. I only wish I could punch you a few more times. After punching the left imperial preceptor once, Li Qingshan no longer paid him any attention. He only treated the man as a dead man. The power of this punch was a combination of several divine arts and the 9 heaven life soil. It was far more terrifying than the ape demon annihilation technique. The left imperial preceptor's body trembled with rage and hatred. A crack climbed up his bald head, and his body crumbled like a clay statue. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1307. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Kdred and add me to support The Legend of the Great Sage. On the Dragonhead Mountain, in the royal palace of Grand Xia, Si Qing's life lamp was suddenly extinguished. Chua Long was alarmed and walked out of the hall, gazing at the starry sky with a solemn expression. Although he couldn't monitor the faraway Thunder Province, he could clearly sense the destruction of the diplomatic mission. Si Qing was several generations away from him and didn't have much of a relationship with him, but he was still a core member of the Great Xia dynasty. The Skyfrost Wolf King had followed him for many years and had always been loyal. No one could compare to him. The left imperial advisor was the head of the Buddhist sections. Not only was he the core fighting force of the Great Xia, but he was also related to the layout of the human realm. The murderer was certain. Apart from that person, who else in the world could kill them? Who would dare to kill them? Immediately, an uncontrollable rage rose in him as he muttered that name, Li Qingshan. Suddenly, his heart trembled and he raised his head, gazing into the depths of the sky. He caressed the dragon province cauldron in his hand, and felt the immense and indescribable will of the world. Is it the will of the heavens? Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. The diplomatic mission to Thunder Province wasn't a difficult mission, and it would only take 2 or 3 days at most. How could he have met Li Qingshan? As far as he knew, Li Qingshan had always been cultivating in the South Sea, and couldn't have known about this diplomatic mission. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have stopped his cultivation because he didn't care about the left imperial advisor and the others. Chuolong took a deep breath and calmed the anger and hatred in his heart. With my cultivation, I shouldn't have such a strong emotional reaction. He understood that as long as they were in a world, they would be bound and influenced by all sorts of tangible and intangible things. Even though he was bound and influenced by all kinds of tangible and intangible restrictions, he was no exception. The heavens wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife, causing him and Li Qingshan to form an irreconcilable enmity. The heavens will have to submit to my will sooner or later. But this is good. The heavens are on my side. If I can kill that Li Qingshan, I will be blessed by the heavens, and the speed of refining the 9 provinces will be greatly increased. Li Qingshan, since you dare to stay, don't ever think of leaving Jiuzhou again. With lofty ambitions and restrained killing intent, he smashed the railing and cracked it. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in the Thousand Buddha city of Thunder Province, wisps of golden light flowed out from the cracks on the left advisor's body. It circulated and dissipated in midair, dyeing half of the mountain city golden. Countless residents knelt on the ground, kowtowing endlessly. They thought that this was the manifestation of the Buddha, but they had no idea that this was the end of a generation of monk kings. Li Qingshan extended his hand and fished out a shiny, golden saraira, as well as a simaru ring. As the abbot of the Lingua Temple, there must be a lot of good things inside. Then, he collected the Skyfrost Wolf King and Siqing's simaru rings with a wave of his hand. Actually, this kind of harvest was nothing to him now. But kill your enemies and take everything they have. It was always a happy thing. The left imperial tutor's strength was the strongest, not to mention his temperament and will. As a religious fanatic, he was not someone the Skyfrost Wolf King could compare to. At least he would not be defeated. If he unleashed his various Buddhist treasures and secret techniques, even if Li Qingshan wanted to kill him with a single punch, it would not be that easy. However, Li Qingshan did not fight with him. Instead, he launched a surprise attack. He punched him directly in order to take revenge for what he did to him. The physique of a human cultivator was already very difficult to compare with that of a demon. Even the zombie emperor, who had a strong physique, was smashed by Li Qingshan with one punch. Now that his cultivation had improved, he was many times stronger than before. Naturally, it was not something the left imperial tutor could withstand. Heaven's will is only SOSO. Li Qingshan pointed his middle finger at the sky. Rumble. Thunder rumbled continuously, and the world was as bright as day. The cloud mountain turned into a sea of thunder, and surged toward the Thousand Buddha city, as if it was going to crush the mountain. At the top of the mountain, the king of Shiliang Palace was shocked. He had been in thunder state for so many years, but he had never seen such a violent thunderstorm. Even the mountain guarding formation was shaken. It blocked the thunderstorm and gathered and absorbed it. The Xia ambassadors died here. How am I going to explain this? A thought flashed through his mind. My thunderous lion formation can borrow the power of the thunder. With such a favorable time and place, I wonder if I can. He glanced down the mountain and met a pair of red eyes. He was shocked and retracted his gaze, pretending that he did not see anything. He sent a telepathic message to Prince Songyang. My son, Li Qingshan is not to be underestimated. Other than Chuolong, no one in the world can defeat him. Be careful and do not make him your enemy. He had already made up his mind to not get involved in this war. Although remaining neutral would not be welcomed by both sides, joining either side would risk the destruction of the country. All the meticulous and ingenious plans had a problem. If any part went wrong, it would lead to the collapse of the whole plan. Prince Songyang was such a key part. When Li Qingshan was fighting with the Frost Wolf King, he instinctively wanted to help. However, in the blink of an eye, the Frost Wolf King was defeated, the Crown Prince of Xiqing was killed, and the left master of Imperial Tutor fell. He was so shocked that he immediately gave up on the idea. He broke out in a cold sweat and thought, this Li Qingshan is really violent. If I were to take action, I would probably be a dead man by now, and I would also make a great enemy for the Big Wheel Temple and the Shiliang Kingdom. After listening to the king of Shiliang's words, he thought, oh no, I don't know if he heard what I said just now. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but none of them dared to make an enemy of Li Qingshan. He also had no time to think about Begonia. After all, compared to his personal feelings, the survival of the Shiliang Kingdom and the Big Wheel Temple was more important. In fact, he even regretted provoking her. Fortunately, I have not been rude all these years. I only hope that she will put in a good word for me. Haigang, I saved you again. How are you going to thank me? Li Qingshan smiled and looked at Begonia, who was on the stairs. He also deeply felt the changes in her. This peach blossom-like woman was more beautiful and blooming. Her figure was still so good, but she had hidden her charm deep. Humph, you are the one who caused trouble. Why should I thank you? Begonia took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the surging feelings in her heart. Her breasts rose and fell with it. It was thrilling. However, outside the building, except for Li Qingshan, no other pair of eyes dared to stay on her. They all lowered their heads. In front of this fierce tiger, they were as timid and docile as a flock of sheep. Prince Songyang's heart was sour. Although her voice was cold, it no longer had the feeling of being 1,000 miles away. Instead, there was a hint of coquettishness. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. A shadow shrouded him. Li Qingshan stood in front of him and patted his shoulder. Hey, you seem to have said a lot of bad things about me just now. Prince Songyang's heart trembled. He really heard it. Under the gaze of that pair of red eyes, how could he speak? Only then did he know the great horror between life and death. My Legend of the Great Sage will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Now open WeChat, click on the plus sign on the top right, add friends, search for the public account Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. To be continued. Chapter 1308. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the WeChat account Dread and add me to give more support to the Legend of the Great Sage. After 7 reincarnations, he thought that he was indifferent to life and death. But at this moment, he realized that he wasn't so carefree. An uncontrollable sense of shame caused his face to turn red. He raised his head and looked straight at Li Qingshan. Yes, those are my heartfelt words. Even if you kill me, it won't change my mind. Oh, I didn't expect you to have some courage. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. He looked deeply into his eyes and released the will of great destruction. It was as if the great carefree heavenly demon was at the top of the world of lust, looking down on all living beings and laughing at the self-righteous persistence of all cultivators. Prince Songyang's body trembled. He bit his lips until blood flowed out, and then he cried like a child. Accompanied by a fragrant wind, Begonia came up and grabbed Li Qingshan's arm. Hey, don't scare people. He didn't say anything wrong. Prince Songyang, are you okay? Li Qingshan laughed and admitted. That's true, he said meaningfully. But it seems that I don't need to kill him. He changed his mind. Prince Songyang's face was gloomy, and his aura was extremely weak. He directly fell by a large realm, and his expression was abnormally sad. The great joy Zen that he cultivated for 7 reincarnations was broken. This was more painful than killing him. Begonia said, How can you be like this? He has been helping me all these years, but he only said a few bad words about you. Li Qingshan gently stroked her angry, beautiful face. Sure enough, she was happy and angry at the same time. I'm doing him a favor. I can be considered half a Buddhist. This kid doesn't even know that he has embarked on the evil path. He looks free and easy, but he is actually frivolous and self-righteous. If he meets a powerful opponent, I'm afraid he will be easily killed like the Skyfrost Wolf King. Even if he is lucky and doesn't meet an opponent, he will fall deeper and deeper. In fact, he wasn't so kind. But when he heard him say, even if you kill me, it won't change my mind, it was like watching a proud child say, I'm not afraid of death. So he couldn't help but give it a try. In the end, he was indeed bragging. The child said that he was not afraid of death, but he did not understand what death meant. If no one had taught him, he might never have understood how it felt to die on the streets for such a small matter. Even in death, he thought that he was not afraid of death. Suddenly, Meng Qi began to understand the feelings of the great freedom, heavenly demon lord. There were too many Buddhists who liked to talk big, such as 5 skandhas are all empty, and deliver all living beings from suffering. There were too many narcissistic self-deceptions that could be seen through with just a finger. It was an instinctive reaction. Qiu Haitang was skeptical. Really? Li Qingshan smiled but didn't say anything. He turned around and shouted, Monk, let me ask you again. Can I change your mind? Prince Songyang said dejectedly, yes. Li Qingshan laughed. That's right. Stroking his chin, he sized him up. I don't know what technique you practice, but it's rare to see someone so fake and weak. Generally speaking, the will of the Buddhist sects was relatively firm. He paid great attention to the cultivation of the mind. If it were the dauntless monk, even if he felt fear, the dauntless monk would not be able to do anything. He also had to shout enemy of Buddha. He had only obtained a trace of the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Lord's aura, not the real Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Lord. How could he break someone's technique so easily? Against the Skyfrost Wolf King, he mainly used his strength to crush it. Otherwise, even if he called him old dog 100 times, he would still bare his teeth at him. He would have to turn him into a dead dog. Prince Songyang recalled the path he had walked and couldn't help but sweat profusely. Actually, Tantric Buddhism emphasized asceticism the most. There were very few who practiced the Great Joy Zen, because it was too easy to go berserk. Only those with great wisdom and determination could cultivate, and he believed that he was such a person with great wisdom and determination. He had never thought much of those ascetics. Now he realized how foolish he was. He enjoyed the pleasures of the world while thinking that he was untainted by dust. He was really possessed. With my talent and comprehension, if I persisted in the ascetic practice, I might have ascended in my third life. Why would I need to reincarnate 7 times? If I couldn't realize this, I might not be able to ascend in this life. How many more lives could that little soul of mine last? Thinking of this, he put his palms together and bowed deeply to Li Qingshan. Amitabha, thank you for breaking my great joy Zen. From now on, I don't dare to call myself a love monk. He took a deep look at Qiu Haitang with undisguised adoration, but he saw himself in her peach blossom-like eyes. He resolutely threw down that page of love poem and walked out of the door. In the rain, he could hear him chanting loudly. All love will pass, impermanence is hard to last. Life is full of fear. Life is at stake in the morning dew. Love gives birth to worry. Love gives birth to fear. If I am separated from my lover, there is no worry nor fear. From now on, Li Zhou lost a love monk and gained a new ascetic monk. Li Qingshan pondered. So it's the Great Joy Zen. I've heard so much about you. Interesting, after I broke his technique, he wants to thank me. No wonder the Mahasvara could become a great deity of Buddhism. But the real Mahasvara demon master probably wouldn't be as gentle as me when facing the Dharma. Once he couldn't withstand the test, even if he didn't die, he would become a demon. I'm not afraid of becoming a demon, but if there is no worry or fear, wouldn't life be very boring? Begonia looked at Prince Songyang's back disappearing in the rain and murmured, I saw his infatuation. He wasn't as sincere as he thought, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Li Qingshan said loudly. Just now, who was so bold to wrongly accuse me? Am I Li Qingshan, such a narrow-minded person? It's just that my beloved woman is being pursued. What's the big deal? When Begonia heard him say beloved woman in public, her cheeks couldn't help but blush, making her look gorgeous. She bit her red lips and said in a low voice, I've wrongly accused you. Since you're wrong, you have to be punished. Li Qingshan carried her in his arms and strode upstairs. Begonia moaned, but didn't resist. Li Qingshan smiled and whispered in her ear, Where's your boudoir? I don't know. Li Qingshan raised his head and sniffed. Found it. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sky was clean as if it had been washed. The stars were bright and dazzling. In the hall, everyone was still in shock and looked at each other, like a flock of frightened sheep. Even though the danger had passed, they didn't know what to do. The women suddenly had a new dream lover, and felt that all the men around them were not good enough to look at. The men also lost interest and left, but there was a faint feeling of blood boiling, thinking that men should be like this. Li Qingshan stepped into the boudoir that was filled with fragrance. It was not the smell of any perfume, but the smell of her body. He couldn't help but bury his head in her neck and took a deep breath. Begonia's ears and temples were rubbing against each other, and she also felt his body temperature breath. Her mind was intoxicated, but she still couldn't believe it. After waiting for so long, it's finally here? My novel The Legend of the Great Sage will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right, add friends, search for the public account Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1309. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the WeChat public account Kdred, and add me to give more support to the legend of the great sage. Li Qingshan also felt her mood at the moment and hugged her tightly. The silver moonlight shone down from the glass ceiling and enveloped them like a veil. You don't blame me for wrongly accusing you? Begonia stroked his handsome face. She knew that all men would care about this, but she had to do it. Whether Prince Songyang was sincere or not, he had helped her a lot. How could she repay his kindness with enmity and let him suffer because of her? Li Qingshan laughed. Actually, you didn't wrongly accuse me. I just didn't like him and wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect it to be so effective. Destroying the cultivation method of my rival in love is really a great thing in life. I knew it. Begonia was angry and amused at the same time. She glared at him and said flirtatiously, narrow-minded. So what? How can my woman be coveted by others? I love you, but that doesn't mean I belong to you. Ah. Her righteous declaration turned into a bone-chilling moan. You are. Li Qingshan didn't want to talk nonsense with her. His big hands suddenly climbed up to the peaks and wantonly kneaded. Even though they were separated by a few layers of clothing, the soft and bouncy sensation was extremely pleasurable to the touch. You bully me like this. Aren't you afraid that I will fall in love with someone else? Begonia said intermittently. She felt a fire burning in her chest. Her face was flushed and her eyes were like silk, making her even more alluring. Then I wouldn't be here. Li Qingshan laughed. Yes, Master Qingshan has many women. Why would he care about an ugly woman like me? Begonia pretended to be resentful. If you are ugly, there is no beauty in this world. But maybe there are some parts that I didn't see. Very ugly, let me check carefully. Li Qingshan carried her to the side of the bed. Qiu Haikang gazed at him in a daze before sinking into the soft bed like a cloud. He had prepared for this day for a long time, but he was still a little flustered. She grabbed his hand that was unbuckling her belt and whispered his name. Qingshan. He was infatuated and full of longing. When Li Qingshan heard this call, he felt like his heart was about to be drunk. He felt a sense of pity and suppressed his desires. He also felt that he was too impatient. They hadn't seen each other for many years. She hadn't even seen him yet. Wanting to do something good the moment she saw him was a little too lustful. He slowed down his movements and held her soft, red hand. He asked, Hai Tang, why did you come to Thunder State? Begonia pulled out her hairpin, letting her hair down like a cloud. She nestled in his arms and said, "It's because of little Anne. She started a massacre in the various states. Although I hadn't come to Qingzhou, I felt that Qingzhou was truly too unstable. There was even a gate of hungry ghosts open, and there was no sign of human activity. It was no longer the mortal world, and wasn't suitable for cultivation. So I wanted to change to a safer place. Yongzhou and Yinzhou were out of the question. The Dragon Province obviously wasn't a bad choice either. I still had to go to a desolate place. Originally, the Mist Province wasn't bad, but it was too close to the gate of hungry ghosts. The Frost Province was too barren, and the Wolf King was known for his lust. There was no one to keep him in check, so I could only come to Thunder State in the end. This is a desolate place, but the people here are open, cheerful, and passionate. The scenery is excellent too, and the Buddhist Dharma of Tantra prevails here. Basically all the great cultivators are monk kings and Dharma kings. There are strict rules of Buddhism, so it's not easy for people to covet it. A love monk, like Prince Songyang, really is an anomaly, but he won't do anything too excessive. Li Qingshan listened with a smile. Her voice was soft, sweet, and filled with affection. Even if he listened to it for 3 days and 3 nights, he would not get tired, not to mention that she was in his arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Haitang already knows how to protect herself. I'm very glad. I obviously know how to protect myself. When I was Sect Master Lu, you were still a wild kid. Sigh, I'm only protecting myself like this, so that you can bully me like this. What's the point? Begonia glanced at his large hand that wandered around her body, and endured the throbbing in her heart. I haven't asked you yet. Why did you come to Thunder State? Li Qingshan lifted her chin, and pressed his forehead against hers. Their eyes met. I could sense that you were thinking of me, and I also sensed that you were in danger, so I came looking for you. Really? Li Qingshan smiled. If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Why would the current you be afraid of being struck by lightning? You're probably eager for the heavenly tribulation to descend and ascend. Begonia said disapprovingly, but her eyes were filled with tenderness. She took out a jade talisman from her bosom. It still carried her warmth. This was what Li Qingshan had left for her. She could crush it and send a message when she was in danger. Just now, when she was hesitating about whether she should do this or not, he walked out from the crowd. It was like he had jumped out of her head. Her emotions were indescribable. She could not help but think back to the many times they had met, and how he had saved her from danger time and time again. Li Qingshan thanked the spirit turtle's omen once again. If he had waited for her to crush the jade talisman before rushing to Thunder State, the situation would have been very passive. It would not have been as easy and casual. Who doesn't want to ascend among cultivators? Begonia suddenly thought that if he ascended, with her weak cultivation, she would never be able to catch up to him. Amidst this endless sweetness, she felt a stabbing pain from the depths of her heart. She could not help herself, and 2 clear streams of tears fell like rain. What's wrong? Li Qingshan was surprised. He hurriedly wiped away her tears, but the more he wiped, the more tears flowed. Begonia frowned and shook her head. It's nothing. I just thought of Prince Songyang's poem. All love meets, impermanence rarely lasts. Love gives birth to sorrow, love gives birth to fear. I thought I had already gotten over it, but I never thought I would be so reluctant to part. We've just met, and I already feel the pain of parting. You really know how to ruin my cultivation. Seeing her like this, Li Qingshan felt sorry for her. Don't listen to his nonsense. People will die eventually. Is it because we are destined to die that we have to suffer and struggle every day? Then why do we pursue immortality? Because we are afraid of losing it, we don't dare to get it. We even pretend that we don't care, and deliberately belittle those precious things. That is a hypocritical coward. Qiu Haiding blinked. Am I a precious thing? You are the person I cherish. Although I am fickle, fond of beauties and rarely lovesick, but, as Li Qingshan spoke, he could not continue. He was indeed not the kind of man who put true love above everything else. Even when he fell in love with Gu Yinying at first sight, he could not forget her. Only when he missed Little and more. But Little and was like a part of his body to him. It had nothing to do with love. Begonia smiled through her tears. I didn't ask you to be like me. Otherwise, wouldn't we be crying to each other? It is because of this that you can always protect me. I am not that greedy. She stuck out her tongue and felt a little guilty. Wasn't what she wanted to do so greedy. That strand of lovesickness was to firmly bind the person she loved. My novel The Legend of the Great Sage will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right, add friends, search for the public account Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1310. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow me to give me more support. Yes, that's right. When you're alive, live well. When you're happy, live to your heart's content. When the day comes that you have to die, die calmly. Li Qingshan could not help but touch her face when he saw how cute she was. You really can't grow up. Begonia felt that his words were like knives. Although they were simple, they easily cut through the chaos in her heart. She did not know how to deal with that matter. Seeing how he doted on her like a child, she felt even sweeter. I've changed a lot. You're clearly no different from back then, but you treat me like a child. Is that so? Li Qingshan touched his cheeks. With his demonic and divine bloodline, even if he did nothing, his lifespan would still be over 10,000 years. A mere century was nothing at all. Obviously, he would not age with his current appearance. Of course, Begonia was not talking about his appearance but his heart. The human heart was constantly changing, growing, and even aging. In fact, he had experienced far more things than Begonia. All sorts of scenes passed by like smoke. He was chased to death by the Dragon King of the Sea and resurrected from the Phoenix's nirvana. He wandered and searched in the illusion created by the Sea King of Mirage Sea, Shin Mingdai. He was a husband, a father, the lord of the world, and a world god in the small world. He traversed billions of kilometers of the void and was with the stars in the sky. Anyone who experienced all of these might have a drastic change in personality. At the very least, they would become a little more mature. However, he did not change. He was not mature and did not age. Instead, a lively and cheerful ape fiend was born in his heart. He became more and more willful. He kissed her ear gently and smiled. Isn't that good? It's better than changing after being scolded by someone. I'll give up what I love and walk another path. Do you think everyone is as stubborn as you? Xiao Haitang raised the corner of her lips, her eyes filled with admiration. Sometimes the smarter a person is, the easier it is to get lost. Fortunately, I'm not that smart. Speaking of which, what the hell was a love monk? This great Joy Zen was basically a heretical path. Since he was a monk, just eat vegetarian and pray to Buddha. Why are you thinking about women? Don't look down on him. Prince Songyang is known as the 7 Lives of Passion monk. He is the dream lover of countless girls in Thunder State. Not only is he infatuated with me, but he can also compose poems. I don't know how good it is. Sigh, it's a pity that I met a demon too late. Xiao Haitang adjusted her tone and pushed the hair on her left shoulder to the back. Her last sigh was filled with regret. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Compose a poem? Yes, I kept them all. There's a thick stack. Begonia took out a stack of poems from her sumaru ring. He said playfully, do you want me to read it to you? That way, you can broaden your horizons and learn what true love is. Sure. Li Qingshan licked his lips. His aura was already somewhat dangerous. Begonia did not care and continued to tease the tiger's whiskers. She cleared her throat and began to read. As expected of the love monk's love poem, the words were elegant and the rhythm was elegant. Moreover, it was filled with admiration for her. She read half a poem. Suddenly she let out an N and stopped. She felt his large, scorching hand directly under her shirt. That soft and delicate touch was no longer blocked by clothes. Li Qingshan felt his fingertips sink into a ball of softness. As if it was about to melt, he blew a breath into her ear and said with a smile, "Why aren't you reading?" Begonia snorted. She grabbed his mischievous hand and continued to read in a fit of pique. The fire in his palm penetrated through her skin and grabbed her heart. Her breathing became more rapid and her face became redder. Her body melted into his embrace like water. She felt something change under her butt. She squirmed uneasily, wanting to move further away. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. She could actually be so seductive. His left hand pressed on her lower abdomen and made her sit tightly in his embrace. She sank into a ball of softness. His right hand picked up the red bean and gently rubbed it. Begonia moaned and grabbed his hand with both hands. The poem manuscript scattered all over the bed. She could not continue reading anymore. Her face was so red that it seemed like water was about to drip out. She was as beautiful as a peach and a peerless beauty. She glowed with unprecedented charm. This was the kind of beauty that would only bloom in front of the person she loved. "You only know how to touch me." Begonia bit her red lips and said intermittently. Li Qingshan said proudly, What's the big deal about writing poems? If I want to, I can write hundreds or thousands of poems." "Really?" Begonia's face was full of disbelief. "I don't want hundreds or thousands of poems. Listen up." Although Li Qingshan was not a poet in his previous life, he still remembered many of those famous poems. However, cultivation relied on strength and not talent. Copying novels could gather wish power, but copying poems was useless. However, as a transmigrator, how could he admit defeat in a place like this? So he said loudly, "If life is only as long as we first met." He glanced at her and saw that she was slightly startled, as if she was surprised. He could not help but feel proud. Although this poem of mine is common, it is very effective against ignorant and artistic young girls. Why does the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? Begonia rested her chin on her hand and listened quietly. Ordinary changes change the heart of an old friend, but the heart of an old friend is fickle. Li Shan's poem ends in the middle of the clear night, the night rain, and the bell finally disappears. How is it better to be a man in a brocade gown, with wings and branches attached to each other? Begonia sighed slightly. This is only the first line of this poem, but it is better than all the love poems I have read. If your hands were more honest, it would be even better. It turned out that when Li Qingshan was a plagiarist, he did not stop touching her. Like a beautiful jade in his hand, he could not help but gently caress it. "Hey, now you're convinced. Where did you copy it from? At this time, it doesn't fit the occasion. It's an original work, piracy must be investigated." Li Qingshan did not expect her to be so sensitive, so he would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. "What's wrong with it? I was thinking of you, worried that you might have a change of heart, so I wrote this poem. If I don't believe it." "If you have the ability, then copy it." "Yo, I saw through you, so you're angry from embarrassment." Begonia laughed. Suddenly, through her clothes, she pressed down on his hand that was covering her chest, and pressed it down deeply. Li Qingshan did not use so much force, afraid that he would hurt her tender skin. But he heard her say seriously, "This heart of mine will not change. Are you willing to give your heart to me?" How could Li Qingshan say he was not willing? "Don't regret it." Begonia seemed to be implying something. "I have no regrets in my life." Begonia stared at him and suddenly smiled. Then she made up her mind. "Since you said so, you can't blame me. I'm doing this to gain your affection." Blinking her eyes, her red lips opened and closed, and her voice was clear and firm. "Take me." Li Qingshan could not bear it anymore, and kissed her red lips that were as tender as the petals of a flower. The novel will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right, add friends, search for the public account Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. To be continued. Chapter 13:11. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and add me to give more support to the legend of the great sage. Begonia moaned and closed her eyes. She had rehearsed this scene countless times in her heart. When she was aroused, the rouge heart in her body would surge, and her charm would rise to a higher level. Even Li Qingshan, who was used to seeing beauties in the world, felt dazzled. Although they had known each other for many years, he felt as if spring had returned and peach blossoms had appeared for the first time. This was no longer a matter of attracting the attention of the opposite sex with her stunning appearance and graceful figure. It was the so-called beauty of the Buddhists. Before Li Qingshan could react, Begonia took the initiative to hug his neck and put her fragrant tongue into his mouth passionately and clumsily. Her peach blossom eyes were full of intoxication and confusion, and she almost wrapped her whole body around him. Haidang. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Although he thought that his charm was amazing, it should not reach the level of a human-shaped aphrodisiac. At her level of cultivation, no matter how addicted she was, there was still a trace of clarity in her mind. However, he did not know that all these years, she had been practicing the rouge dyeing method and had put all her effort into the red line of yearning. In order to condense that strand of yearning red thread, one had to pay a price that was not as simple as virginity. There also needed to be a feeling of yearning, like a silkworm spitting out silk, slowly wrapping around that rouge heart. That was why it was called yearning red thread. Being emotionless could deceive others but not oneself. If one did not have a sincere heart, how could there be a sense of yearning? Therefore, whether it was successful or not, one had to first pay a heart and endure the pain of yearning. It was like hurting oneself before hurting the enemy. It was precisely because of this that the rouge dyeing method had been passed down for many years, and countless female cultivators had practiced this method. But very few people were willing to practice this method. If they had such thoughts, they might as well practice the other methods in the method, and then they could play with men in the palm of their hands. Was it fun to turn oneself into a love-struck fool? Everyone liked to gain, but they were stingy with giving. This was true for wealth, and even more so for feelings. Only in this way could they be in an invincible position. In the words of Li Qingshan's previous life, once he got serious, he would lose. However, she had sacrificed everything, like a moth flying into a flame. Even when Li Qingshan had been exiled to space, his yearning had never stopped for a single moment. Instead, it had become even purer. He had suffered all the pain of yearning, but he had no regrets. This was also a strange thing. Any woman who was able to cultivate this yearning dye the red thread. It was impossible for a man to resist this enchantment that was specially prepared for him. It was inevitable that they would blend in like water and milk, implicating each other. Begonia was no exception. Many years ago, from the moment she cultivated yearning dye red thread, she couldn't wait to find Li Qingshan. However, perhaps it was because of the bad fate of the human face peach blossom physique that they were separated from each other, unable to meet. Thus, Begonia could only continue to condense that yearning dye red thread, forcefully forming that yearning red thread into a yearning net. At this moment, she could no longer endure it. It was basically like she was suffering from the backlash of the technique. The effects were probably something that even the creator of this cultivation method could not imagine. Li Qingshan had no idea that he had already fallen into a yearning net. His heart was filled with tenderness and concern, which instead overwhelmed his lust. He felt like she seemed to be suffering from qi deviation, so he used the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression to calm her down. Begonia cleared her head slightly. She could not help but feel extremely embarrassed. She turned her head away. "What are you looking at?" Even the tone of her voice had changed. It seemed like she was about to cry. Li Qingshan felt like a cat had scratched his heart. It was truly indescribable. If it were not for the fact that he was worried about her, his bestial nature would have erupted already. Begonia also felt like the yearning dye the red thread had reached a point where she had no choice but to use it. She felt both anxious and embarrassed, conflicted in all sorts of pain. If she begged him, how was she supposed to say it? She gritted her teeth. "It's useless." "What?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. He had never heard of something like that in his life. He was unable to wrap his head around it at all. "How useless?" "Fuck." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Without any more hesitation, he slid his index finger across her chest. Her bodice, together with the belt of flowers, split open, and a pair of jade rabbits leapt out. She was even prouder than he had imagined, but her waist just happened to be slender, forming an enchanting curve. His heart skipped a beat. His index finger slid across her smooth abdomen and continued downwards, splitting the bright red dress and the silk underpants together. He felt a hint of wetness on the tip of his finger, and a soft moan rang out by his ear. She did not try to hide her beauty at all, lying on the torn clothes and scattered love poems like a white goat. She was dyed red, giving off a soul-stirring charm. At this moment, Li Qingshan forgot about everything around him. He grabbed her round, firm thighs and separated her tightly closed legs. He pressed forward, knocking open the door and entering the flower path. Begonia opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, and a sliver of pain flashed through them. A clear tear fell from the corner of her eye, like a drop of dew falling from a peach blossom petal. The drop of red was dyed red by yearning. In that moment, Li Qingshan was drowned by the tide-like feelings of yearning. His heart seemed to be entangled by an invisible thread, tightening bit by bit. He lost control of his mind as a result. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes. The spirit turtle instinctively tried to suppress it, refusing to lose control like this. No matter how wondrous the heart-dying art was, it was only a second heavenly tribulation cultivation method. No matter how deep her yearning was, it was no match for the deathly stillness of the deep sea. Even the waves of the ocean could be suppressed, let alone the ripples of emotions. This was the path of cultivation. There was no such thing as true love being invincible. There was only a clash of spirit against spirit, a clash of strength against strength. The victor was the master, and the loser was the slave. Begonia seemed to sense something. Her eyes became rather flustered, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She seemed extremely weak. If this was a war, she would have already lost everything. But why did she have to treat this as a war? Li Qingshan smiled, and let go of his mind. He bent over and merged with her completely, kissing her deeply on the lips. He allowed the thread of red to stir up huge waves in his mind. He embraced her warm body and accepted all of her yearning. He allowed her to turn him into anything. This was not a curse, but the bliss of the boundless secular world. Perhaps the appearance was illusory, but it was definitely not fake. Li Qingshan felt the miniature world in his body being activated as well. The ape demon scratched its head in joy. The ape demon transformation that it had just broken through began to circulate once more. Suddenly he came to a realization. The ape demon had always been obsessed with illusion, chasing after the moon in the water foolishly. It was not as rational and patient as the spirit turtle, completely ignoring the great principle of appearance is emptiness. Emptiness is appearance. It allowed itself to sink into the joy that was destined to be lost. There was no need to feel disappointed. There was no need to be afraid of losing. We had nothing in the first place. If life was like a dream, why not throw yourself into it a little more seriously? When the moon was fished out, a new moon would be born in the water. The novel The Legend of the Great Sage will have even more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign at the top right. Add friends. Search for the official account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1312. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and add me to support The Legend of the Great Sage. Qingshan. Begonia moaned softly. She had never felt so happy in her life. It was as if her soul had flown to the heavens and reached the pure land of ultimate bliss. All the pain she had endured was compensated tenfold, or even 100-fold. With the red thread of yearning connecting them, their minds were connected. Li Qingshan also felt endless joy and understood all of her thoughts, including what the red thread of yearning was. At this moment, the delicate body in his arms trembled. A gentle and pure aura flowed into his body through their connection. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He did not expect her primordial yin energy to be so pure and contain such a strange power. He had the experience of dual cultivation with Gong Yuan before. Gong Yuan's cultivation was far above hers, but the benefits she received were not as good. Moreover, this power was surging and endless, as if it wanted to hollow out her body. Her aura rapidly weakened, and her white skin was dyed a sickly red. But she was completely unaware of it, or perhaps she was deliberately letting it go. Her snow-white arms hugged him tightly, and her legs wrapped around his waist. She did not care about her deformed breasts, as if she wanted to melt her entire body into his. In an instant, she transferred all of her cultivation into Li Qingshan's body. It was not just a golden elixir, but also all of her essence, qi, and spirit. Li Qingshan's mind changed, and he unreservedly absorbed all the primordial yin energy. Then, he used the small world in his body to absorb, transform, and refine it. Then he kissed her lips again, transferring a scorching aura to her, forming a perfect cycle. So this is the real dual cultivation, Gong Yuan, and I just happened to have compatible cultivation techniques. I helped her suppress her inner demons, and obtained the power of the ruins end from her. Even if we did not have intercourse, it would have the same effect. Now, she has almost become my human cauldron, which can be used to collect yin to replenish yang. Similarly, I am also her human cauldron, refining her essence and collecting yang to replenish yin. Be it Buddhism or Taoism, they all had dual cultivation techniques. It could be seen how amazing this dual cultivation technique was. Even monks and Taoists wanted to study it. It was just that it was too easy to get lost in this Tao technique. Therefore, they were not welcomed by Orthodox Buddhists, and were even condemned as heretics. But regardless of whether they liked it or not, yin-yang dual cultivation was one of the 3,000 great Taos, and no one could deny it. It belonged to the dual cultivation school of Taoism, which was also divided into two schools. One was to cast a wide net, and use all the opposite sex in the world as human cauldrons, plucking yin to nourish yang, or plucking yang to nourish yin. This cultivation method allowed one to progress extremely quickly. It was just that the aura he had plucked was mixed, and it took time to refine it, so it was easy for him to reach a bottleneck. The advantage was that he had enough experience, so it was not easy for him to fall into the trap of love. In the world of cultivation, there was no concept of men and women that mortals had. Even if they kept their virginity, it was basically for the sake of cultivation, not for the so-called chastity. They were actually very casual about such matters. However, there were many demonic Tao cultivators. He was too lazy to spend so much energy to cultivate a suitable cauldron. He did not hesitate to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He destroyed the life foundation of the cauldron, and even plucked them to death, which was why he gained so much notoriety. However, compared to those demonic Tao cultivators who massacred people and refined souls, he was not considered a great evil. The other was to find a suitable partner, to become a dual cultivation partner. This would be beneficial to both of them, and their auras would be abnormally pure. Such a partner was not easy to find. His talent in cultivation could not be too bad, otherwise he would become a burden. He also had to be compatible, and could not be forced at all. He also had to pay a huge psychological price, and it was easy for him to fall into the trap of love. It was especially dangerous for female cultivators. Speaking of which, there were not many male cultivators who were willing to take this path. As the saying went, men can be relied on, pigs can climb trees. No matter what era or world, men will become bad when they have money, was the truth of the world. And cultivators were not just rich. In fact, no matter man or woman, no one could guarantee that their heart would not change on the path of cultivation. Once there was a problem with his dual cultivation partner, or himself, it would be much more tragic than a divorce. Damage to the soul would be considered light, and from then on, he would no longer believe that love was absolute. It would be better to take the previous path from the beginning. Staining the red thread with rouge could be considered as a great guarantee for female cultivators who took this path. However, the staining the heart with rouge technique mainly focused on the first path. There were many techniques that could properly govern the harem. It could be said that one could be a slut, but also a virtuous woman. Most of the sect's disciples chose the first path. They could choose a suitable cauldron from among the people who came, and they could also obtain a large amount of resources. They could even live happily for a while. It could be said that it was beneficial but not costly. However, Begonia was different. Not only was her talent extraordinary, but she also valued the word love more than anything else. The boundless secular world was only a way to sharpen her temperament. She wholeheartedly waited for her Mr. Right. Otherwise, her cultivation would have been much higher than it was now. Li Qingshan held her in his arms and lightly stroked the long black hair on her back. You're really a fool. If I refused your red thread of yearning, not only would your cultivation be destroyed, your life would also be in danger. Have you never thought that you would fail? I've thought about it. Giving everything to you like this, and then dying in your arms isn't bad either. Begonia didn't care in the slightest. Li Qingshan felt that her thoughts were purely from the bottom of her heart. There wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood, and there wasn't even any fear. Instead, there was a kind of romantic and dreamy color to it. Idiot, consider my feelings for a bit. However, you didn't refuse. The corners of Begonia's lips rose slightly. You don't blame me? I've already fallen for your trick. From now on, I'll be wholeheartedly devoted to you, and I'll be completely obedient. How can I blame you? Didn't you already plan it all out? At this point, how could the little thoughts in her heart be hidden from Li Qingshan? It was really infuriating and funny at the same time. Then will it be of any use? Begonia probed. She had endured so much pain and taken such a huge risk just to firmly hold on to his heart. From then on, they would be together, never to be separated. It's useless, Li Qingshan judged without holding back. His temperament had been tempered, and compared to the ape demon's stupidity, the bull demon's stubbornness was even more bone-deep. How could he be restrained so easily? Damn it, what kind of lousy technique is this? It caused me to suffer for so many years. So it was all a lie. Begonia was greatly disappointed. If it was just to become dual cultivation partners with him, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, her eyes suddenly widened. How could she have such a thought? Her tone was completely wrong. It seems like it's still useful. Li Qingshan chuckled. This red thread of yearning had indeed made their hearts and minds match. Their connection was even closer than that of ordinary dual cultivation partners. He was indeed deeply infatuated with her. However, rather than saying that he was controlled by the technique, it would be better to say that he was moved by her feelings. Dual cultivation partners influenced each other. She was just a small river, but he was a vast ocean. It was needless to say who influenced who. Begonia still wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan grabbed her legs with both hands and pressed her under his body. Her body was almost folded in half, and he began to conquer her. The blazing fire of lust instantly ignited her. She could no longer think about anything else. At the same time, a majestic aura surged into her body, and the seawater began to flow backward. The aura on Begonia's body skyrocketed, filling her limbs and bones. The rouge heart shone with unprecedented light, and even her body was being tempered and strengthened continuously. Although she didn't achieve the goal of completely taming Li Qingshan, but a powerful dual cultivation partner was of great help to cultivation. Li Qingshan's cultivation was far higher than hers. They were more than a big realm apart. The small world in his body was almost equivalent to a super furnace. If not for the fear that she couldn't bear it, it wouldn't be difficult for her to go through 3 heavenly tribulations. For cultivators, this was the most important thing. Only a weirdo like her would tame Li Qingshan as her first goal. This was not opportunistic. For this day, she had prepared her whole life and sacrificed everything. It could be said to be a great perseverance and a great blessing. That thought that was different from ordinary people was more important than great wisdom. The spring tide surged in the building, and the moonlight was as bright as water. However, the Shiliang Palace at the top of the mountain was silent. Li Qingshan's existence, it made everyone feel uneasy, even if he said he didn't mean any harm. But who could sleep well when a fierce tiger was lying on the bed? The king of Shiliang stepped into the main hall and closed the door with a wave of his sleeve. The main hall was deep and dark, and only the amethyst in the middle of the main hall glowed with a faint light. The king of Shiliang bowed respectfully to the amethyst. Fellow cultivator, what can I do for you? The figure of Chua Long appeared on the amethyst. His power was not enough to interfere with a desolate place like Lijiao, but the Xia kingdom naturally had a way to contact the lords of various states. The king of Shiliang was nervous. The Xia kingdom's diplomatic corps was destroyed in the city of Buda, and this responsibility could not be avoided. If Chua Long ordered him to attack Li Qingshan, what should he do? It was safer to be a fence-sitter, but he would inevitably be bullied on both sides. Unexpectedly, Chua Long did not ask about Si Qing and the others, but only asked, "Where is he?" The king of Shiliang answered honestly, "He is still in the city, at a place called the Tower, meeting with the headmaster Begonia." "Ha! A disaster is imminent, and you still don't know it, and you are still immersed in those mediocre women." Chua Long seemed to have everything under his control, as if he was not affected by the massacre of the diplomatic corps. The king of Shiliang had seen Begonia many times, and he did not think much of the term mediocre women. If it was not for his concerns, he would also want to bring her into the palace. Reality proved that his concerns were right. It was best not to look at Li Qingshan's women to avoid trouble. He thought to himself, "I don't know if he is facing a disaster. If you want me to help you punish him, I'm afraid I will be the first to face a disaster." Chua Long seemed to see through his thoughts. "Don't worry. I won't let you do something like throwing an egg against a rock. He is my opponent." The king of Shiliang heaved a sigh of relief. "Then why did you come?" Chua Long said, "I have a declaration of war. Help me spread it throughout Lijiao, and let everyone know." Declaration of war? The king of Shiliang was shocked. If a declaration of war was useful, why did he need cultivation? Was it just to vent his anger? That was too unwise. Not only would he not be able to hurt Li Qingshan, but he would also expose his hostility and be mocked by him. "You don't have to be surprised. You will understand in the future." He thought that he could use the destruction of the world to threaten me, and instead help to gather the hearts of the people. On the 15th of October, on the day of my wedding, I will offer sacrifices to the heavens at Dragon Head Mountain, gather the heroes of the world, and kill this evil person. The king of Shiliang immediately understood Chua Long's meaning, and was shocked. He was indeed the first emperor. If that was the case, Li Qingshan would not be able to survive. He lowered his head deeply. "Yes, your majesty. The novel The Legend of the Great Sage will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right, add friends, search for the public account Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1313. The stars shone resplendently in the clear sky, and destiny flowed. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows slightly, and listened attentively. "What's wrong?" Begonia asked. "Nothing." Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. It was a warning from the spirit turtle. From the moment he flipped the table, destiny had begun to shift. The danger grew heavier and heavier, and just now, it was even more profound. It went without saying that the turtle dragon must have found some way to deal with him again. This was the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. A 50% chance of victory was already too much. Once he was defeated, it would be almost impossible for him to survive. Right now, it was like watching the wheel of destiny slowly crush down. No one knew whether they could withstand it or not. The reason why he was still standing here was probably because running away was a worse choice. There was great terror between life and death. How could he be an exception? However, there was no need to say anything to make her worry. Begonia sighed gently. She knew he did not want to share this with a woman, no, with anyone. She could only lean into his arms and give him some more gentleness. Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms and closed his eyes. A while later his breathing calmed down, and he gradually fell asleep. At the same time, a declaration against Li Qingshan spread through the world. Traitor Li is of insignificant birth. He defies common sense, killing his brother and bullying his sister-in-law. A burly figure tore at the clothes of a beautiful woman. A man bled from all 7 orifices beside the bed, dying with his eyes wide open. bloodthirsty and warlike. Wherever he goes, trouble follows. The burly figure walked out of the bloodied village, stepping over the wilderness littered with corpses, and reducing a city to ruins. His eyes became redder and redder, and his figure twisted viciously. He was no longer humanoid. Destroy the demon cavern, and open the gates of hell. Demon folk invade. Ghosts and corpses dance wildly. The twisted, vicious-looking figure sat on a throne piled high from a mountain of corpses. His scarlet eyes gazed down at the world that had been transformed into a demon cavern and ghost domain. The corner of his lips curled into a terrifying smile, baring his fangs. He slaughters the people. He destroys the world. It was barren for tens of thousands of kilometers. The ground cracked, volcanoes erupted, and lava flowed like rivers of fire. Black smoke rose into the air. It was like a beacon. This traitor is envied by both men and gods, and is tolerated by the world. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes. A terrifying demon king that was as majestic as a mountain stood in this apocalyptic scene. Its horns curved like the moon. Spreading his wings like the clouds, he opened his arms wide and laughed maniacally, as if mocking the powerlessness of the heavens. Alas, the world no longer exists. Where can I entrust myself? Heaven and earth collapsed, and all living beings were annihilated. Countless creatures fled in fear, but they were devoured by the earth fire, drowned by the flood. My emperor is the descendant of Yu the Great, the descendant of the true dragon, the ancestor of great Xia. Punish the people and return to the 9 regions. Tens of thousands of rays of light appeared in the sky. A deity descended from the sky on a dragon, his sword pointed straight at the demon king. Everyone looked up in anticipation. One man's arms are strong. The world's voice is the same. The southern sea border. Northern tundra. Angry wind and clouds. I raise the dragon flag. I respectfully await heaven's punishment. General Su executed the king. Under the boundless glory, the deity raised the dragon flag high. All living beings waved their arms, as if they were the children of heaven, the king of the world. The dragon fights in the wild. Its blood is yellow and black. The dark cry causes the mountains to collapse. The roar causes the wind and clouds to change. The anger of all living beings destroys the evil. The dragon chi rushes the world to peace. The deity carried the will of heaven, stepped on the golden dragon, and led all living beings to kill the demon king. He was truly the savior of the world. My emperor said, I swear to kill this villain as per the law. The face of the deity suddenly became clear. It was really the ancestor of great Xia, Si Long. In his dreams, these scenes repeatedly replayed. Li Qingshan frowned, as if he was trapped in a nightmare. He really transformed into that terrifying demon king, filled with a terrifying will to destroy everything, and wanted to fight with Si Long to determine the winner. However, every time, the dream collapsed at this point, and he returned to the beginning of the declaration, once again experiencing this dream that was both real and illusory. There was a stuffy breath in his chest, as if there was a mountain pressing on it. Li Qingshan, are you afraid? Li Qingshan, are you afraid? Li Qingshan, are you afraid? A voice drifted, repeatedly echoing in his dreams. Sometimes it was an old man, sometimes it was a young child, sometimes it was a cold questioning, and sometimes it was a light teasing. Li Qingshan instantly calmed down. That's not me. What's there to be afraid of? A butterfly fluttered into the dream. 7 colors flickered, flowing light fluttered, and laughter rang out. All the scenes froze, collapsed, and turned into a boundless golden wheat field. In the waist-high wheat field, he was no longer the terrifying demon king, but the village boy again. He shouted angrily, Shin Mengdai, it's your doing. It was rare for him to sleep, but someone still appeared in his dreams, and it was this kind of nightmare. It was really despicable. The boy suddenly grabbed, and the butterfly passed through his fingers, flying around him. What do you think of the story just now? The boy asked. Was that declaration written by Si Long? Guess what happened in the end? I understand. He wanted to gather the hearts of the world to help him refine the 9 provinces. He, who was once the god of the world and the king of the world, immediately understood Si Long's strategy. This was something impossible. Even the revered chivalrous king in the small world couldn't do it. The hearts of people were complicated and changeable, not to mention the hearts of the people. However, Xilong had the chance to do it, not only because of the 5,000 years of foundation of Great Xia and the blessing of the heavens, but more importantly, a common enemy. Without a world-destroying demon king, there would be no savior. Fear and hatred were far more powerful than worship and love to unite the hearts of people. This was an unbreakable plot. From the moment he flipped the table, he stood on the opposite side of the world. However, if he didn't do this, he would have no chance of winning. This move was neither a bad move nor a good one, it was just a checkmate. Xilong not only didn't compromise, but also issued a declaration of war. Step by step, there was no turning back for both sides. King against king death. In such a story, it must be the hero who defeated the evil demon king. How sad. Hey, talking to yourself full of lies. There will always be more fools than wise people. And lies are always more acceptable than the truth. There are no complicated causes and effects, no tangled right and wrong. Even if it is the so-called truth, you did want to destroy this world, didn't you? Of course, you had no other choice. Compared to that man, you were obviously more chivalrous and benevolent, and you didn't see the people as ants, and you wanted to protect this world. But in the end, you became the most terrifying and evil existence. How ironic. Because I'm not a good person. There's no need to feel sorry for myself. Why did you call me in my dream? Please turn back. You want to persuade me to give up being enemies with Xilong. You're thinking too much, I'm just turning back. Li Qingshan suddenly turned back, and a woman holding a paper umbrella stood close to him, her back facing him. The umbrella was full of flowers, blooming and withering, covering most of her body, but it was not as eye-catching as the lips under the umbrella. The butterfly stopped on her shoulder. Shenmingdai. The lips were slightly raised, and the dream was shattered. Li Qingshan suddenly woke up, the voice still echoing in his mind. I've waited for you for a long time. The 15th of October. Don't break your promise. Chapter 13-14. Time passed and the clouds changed. The 15th of October arrived in the blink of an eye. What a heavy snow! Amidst the praises, a man ascended to the peak of the mountain. The biting cold wind rolled up large snowflakes and hit his bare chest. It was as if he had fallen into a ball of fire and immediately evaporated, shrouding him in a hazy mist. His face was blurred, but his tall and straight figure was like a red flag inserted on the peak of the mountain, his clothes and red hair flying in the wind. He looked around and saw that the world had turned into a world of ice and snow. Everything was white, leaving only a boundless expanse of snow. It was not yet dawn, but it was already snow-white. However, if a mortal was here, they would not be able to see more than 10 steps, and would be frozen into an ice sculpture in less than 15 minutes. His scarlet eyes focused. His gaze pierced through the snow, and saw a white palace surrounded by mountains. It was not because it was covered in snow. There was not a single snowflake on the palace. It was not snow-white either, but a warm and gentle white, as if it had been carved out of white jade. On the archway in front of the palace, the words Jasper Palace were engraved. The writing was extremely gentle. As soon as one saw the character, one could not help imagining what kind of person the writer was. It was undoubtedly a woman, but it was hard to say what kind of woman it was. He could not help but think of the woman holding the umbrella in his dream, as well as that faint smile. He still could not be sure if it was an illusion created by Shenmingdai, the Clam King of Mirage Sea, or the owner of this Jasper Palace, the nine-tailed fox queen. Thinking of this, he took out a large cauldron from his sumaru ring and filled it with water. Then he threw a skinned dog into the water. Then, he added in various ingredients such as onions, ginger, cinnamon and fragrant leaves. Of course, some might say that it was a wolf, the king of the Frost Prefecture, the Skyfrost Wolf King. But in his cauldron, it was just a dog. Even though the Yao core had been taken out, the flesh and bones were filled with spiritual energy. There was no need to process it, not even to bleed it. The soup used to cook the meat was water from the ruins of End. He had asked Gong Yuan for it, and the dog meat fell into it. Ice was formed on it first. Fortunately, this dog meat had an extraordinary origin. Otherwise, even pig iron would freeze and shatter into pieces if it fell into it. The cauldron was a magic treasure for concocting pills. Otherwise, it would not have been cooked at all. The value of such a magic treasure for alchemy was extremely high. It was worth more than 10 ordinary magic treasures. Moreover, it was a spoil of war obtained from the left advisor. Even the various condiments were spirit grasses cultivated by the agriculture school, paired with various precious spirit medicines. He could not remember where they had come from. It seemed to have come from the Sumeru ring of that agriculture school grandmaster during the Battle of Great Buddha Mountain. After the man finished all the preparation work, he raised his head and looked at the sky. "Get down here." With a flash of brilliance, a young man descended from the sky. He was dressed in 7-colored clothes and had an exquisite crown on his head. His hair was meticulously combed to the back of his head, making him seem even more handsome and extraordinary. He had the air of a king. She gracefully bowed to the man. "Big Daddy." Li Qingshan smiled and asked, "Your subordinates didn't stop you?" Li Fengyuan's face reddened. That day, he had been obstructed by the Feathermen. He felt a little guilty towards Li Qingshan for not doing his best to save Little Anne. He patted his chest and said, "No matter what others say, I will definitely lend you a helping hand, old man. Even if you want to destroy the world, I will accompany you to the end." The feathered people would definitely not be willing to participate in the war. Even if they had to choose a side, they would definitely not choose Li Qingshan. After all, if the world was destroyed, there was no point in floating in the sky. Li Qingshan really felt that he was a little like the great demon king in the war declaration. Originally, he felt that the demon king in the various stories was all kinds of cruel and vicious. Yet he had a group of smart and powerful supporters. He felt that it was incomprehensible, but now he understood a little. However, he did not feel that Li Fengyuan had wronged him regarding the matter of Little Anne. Even as father and son, they were still individuals. They had their own judgments and choices. There was no need for them to be like mortals, who played the role of filial piety, and learned to be grateful. He lightly patted Li Fengyuan's head. "Who asked you to accompany me to destroy the world? Quickly cook it." I need to conserve my strength. This meat is not easy to cook. I need to use your phoenix fire in case the taste is not good enough." Li Qingshan explained seriously. Li Fengyuan asked in disbelief, "You called me here just to ask me to cook meat for you? I am the divine bird feathered people king after all. So much nonsense. Do you want to eat it?" "Yes." Li Fengyuan immediately refined the large cauldron and activated the phoenix fire to cook the meat. In a moment, the water boiled and gurgled. A strange fragrance spread out. "Turn the fire down." "Yes." This noble phoenix became the dog meat chef obediently and looked at the cauldron with envy. Li Qingshan held his chin and pondered. Li Fengyuan did not dare to disturb him, but he heard him muttering to himself, "As the great demon king, how can I not have the 4 heavenly kings? I got it." Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and pointed at Li Fengyuan. "I confer you the cooking heavenly king, Li Fengyuan. Do you have any objections?" No. "Then what kind of heavenly king am I?" Gu Yinying suddenly appeared on the mountain peak and walked over elegantly. Li Fengyuan was shocked by her. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that someone could be so fast. "You are the wind lookout heavenly king," Li Qingshan said confidently. "Oh, am I in charge of keeping watch?" Gu Yinying came to the front of the large cauldron and sighed. "My poor Uncle Wolf. Not only was he killed, he also had to be sacrificed." She took a deep breath and said, It smells so good." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "If I die, I can be fried, cooked, and made into a feast. It's better than rotting in the ground and being fed to the insects. Then I will definitely eat everything, not even a mouthful of soup." A voice came from afar. After saying the last word, the person had already sat in front of the cauldron and was full of murderous intent. He licked his lips and looked at Li Qingshan, as if trying to distinguish which piece of meat on his body was more delicious. Li Fingyuan's heart trembled. He felt like he was facing a great enemy, and instinctively became alert. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Isn't this the bird-shooting heavenly king? Don't give me such a bad nickname." Luo Ho Xiaoming glared at Li Qingshan, his murderous intent condensing the wind and snow. He had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations and had grown a lot taller. As expected of a natural god, and one who had been a god, his cultivation speed was like that of a wild dog released from its leash. Li Fengyuan felt the blood in his body freeze, as if he was looking at a boundless sea of corpses. He was no match for this person with just this aura. When did the 9 provinces have such a peerless master? Li Qingshan did not seem to feel it. He dug his ear with his little finger and said, "It's too late. Don't delay the work of the meat-cooking heavenly king. Do you still want to eat?" The clear sound of the bell pierced through the stagnant murderous intent towards Luo Ho Xiaoming. "Finally, I can eat something decent." Luo Ho Xiaoming instantly retracted his murderous intent, as if it had never existed. Regardless of whether it was this guy in front of him, or the white-boned successor, neither could be suppressed by their auras. However, if that wasn't the case, he would not be sitting here. Li Qingshan revealed a gentle smile and said, "My last heavenly king is here." Little and floated over and landed gracefully beside Li Qingshan. Li Fengyuan looked at the 3 heavenly kings, and suddenly felt that it was an honor for him to be able to become the meat-cooking heavenly king. Moreover, he had gotten it through the back door. Floating Astronomy. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.